Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, April the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. I can see Starkey saying yes. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you. So glad nothing going on bad with YouTube this morning. So great. All right, guys. Well, I mentioned to William, PFSA. I'm going to explain this. All I can say, guys, if you're interested in, I have a little, and it's not a scan that we're using that we have at Trade Ideas, but it's something I can use using Gemini. Actually, look up POC. That's all I can say. Look at POC, and the alert was at 171 for PFSA. So I was able to take it. That's why I was putting all these price alerts. Got well, not most of it out, but it hit two, so I'm more than likely it gets down to 190. I'm more than likely to get out of the remainder. But if it gets back over two, look out. Had some news. Agrees to buy Panomics diagnostic platform. And let's see, FCUV, SCUV is up because looks like this is an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to take off for another 15 minutes or so. Okay, so I will be back hopefully before the market opens. But yeah, so I'm going to put my announcement up here. Hey guys, I'm Dragon. I said on mute for a while. Maybe you didn't see that. Yeah, so I'm back, guys. All right. What time is it now? 9:13. So the WBY, did they have any news? This is a new acronym, guys, for me. The MICE unit, the AI-enabled MICE unit. MICE standing for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. There we go. So anyway, that's we buy, guys. Low float, trying to stock. 29 million have traded already. Where could this go? Let's take a look at a weekly chart here. And the next high looking left is 164 on a weekly chart. So it has room. Yeah, so WBY has some room. Though, what did it do in the pre-market? It got up to 166 and it came back down. So it's underneath the VWAP right now as we speak. Yeah, I know some of you were looking at. Oh, I hope you got out of this one, Hermes. I think you said you were going to dip by the NVNI. Boy, that took a massive move down after the big move up. Their news was they're to buy a 51% stake in BeyondSoft's U.S. business for $80 million. The initial reaction was yippee, but look at this. I got up to 220, down to $1 now. The Brazilian company. Ugrow just won't go away. So Ugrow. So the high on Thursday was 2183. It's underneath the VWAP right now as we speak. SPY, yeah, who knows? I don't know. I don't even want to bother with it. Underneath the VWAP, I mean, I have to, but underneath the VWAP right now, basically flat. Anyone got some trade ideas? Lots of ideas. PFSA, that's see if it takes out two later. That's my idea, but okay, MLEC. I did see this one. MLEC. This looked like it was a no, it's not a buyout. Okay, it's up 25%, but it's really pulled back from the highs. Like, yeah, really pulled back. $13 down to 872, way underneath the VWAP now. Something about an AIGC becoming its controlling shareholder with a 65% conversion or after conversion stake after conversion. UMAC. Well, it depends what you're looking at. Nothing on the move. And a lot of these ones are on the move, but just because they're on the move. Ooh, that's my fault. That is my fault. I am very sorry. I have been back for a bit. Forgot to turn the mic on in the room. I turned the mic on. Sorry about that. I am sorry about that. So PFSA, I'm basically out of everything now. So I'm going to take a look at this one if it gets over two again, and because it's got some room, definitely has some room. But the next high is 290, so that's something that I'll definitely be watching. A little float, 1.3 million in the float. Taking a quick look at the SPY. The SPY is just basically flat, slightly under the VWAP right now. I was mentioning the NCNI. Hermes, I'm sure you're out of it now. And a big pop on that news that they're buying this company, a 51% stake, but then just getting slammed on it. Yeah, we buy. This is what I mean. Again, maybe you didn't hear me when I was talking about this. Another acronym to keep an eye on. The MICE acronym: meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. MICE. That is, however that affects WeBuy, that's affecting them right now, 51% up. But what was the high? 166. I mean, not a terrible pullback. It's over the VWAP right now, as I think Obi mentioned. Yeah, over the VWAP right now. And so it's not just about mice. They've generated more than $2 million in total transaction value within its first 2 months of operation since its launch in February. Okay. That's what you mean by holiday, Ozzy. I mean, markets are open. I mean, there might be some government building offices closed, but certainly not on NAS. Oh no, it's definitely not like that here. Fly, 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 fly. Okay, you grow, guys. I think this is where I realized I wasn't. My sound was off. So you grow. Yeah, they put a press release out there outlining their strategy, targeting global T20. Oh, the cricket. That's right, the cricket market and near-term execution milestones. Okay. I see Bitcoin is a bit of a surge, not quite at 70,000. Looks like they're on 69.3 thousand, up 2,000. Links. Take a look at links here. Links, LNKS. Well, that's why we're seeing it here. A big pop up and then just cratering down. You know what? This is obviously a reverse split. I'm sure it'll be probably put in there. Links is not up 34,000%. Okay, this is a reverse split. Really? MSTR, really? William, okay. So that's right. Well, Obi, I'm sure you must have posted this. LNKS must be a reverse split today because it is not up 33,000%. Just looking here to see if I don't see any news on this. It was halted, reason not available. Unless they did this reverse split pre-market, which is very rare. We saw one other company do that I can remember, and all the years I've been doing this, announcing a reverse split in the pre-market. I'm not saying that's what happened with this company. Yeah, so they definitely but look at the float. So wonder why. I mean, yeah. So the float is 200, and we have 205, but I mean that's usually usually the float would reflect that. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. I promise this won't be a long one. All right, I am back. Now, take a look at the sectors, guys, before we get into the market, the 9:30 open. So, with the SPY basically flat, NLR probably no volume. This is the uranium and nuke ETF, no volume. Let's take a look. What's the worst one? Right now, as we speak, oil services down 0.7. A lot of negative ones right now, not by much. XLE is spiking though. Communications, silver. Wow, silver is doing nothing right now. I don't have Fubo as an earnings play. I'm wondering why. FUBO. We have it May 1st. So is it truly an earnings play or is this preliminary? I'm just looking here. Positive free expected. I'm just looking at some of these words here. Well, it looks like, I mean, it's pretty detailed. Well, okay. We have it May 1st, but okay. Maybe they've released early. Not much volume, 140, 150,000 shares only. Spread is pretty good though, 1080, 1085, 1089. 1220 is the next high. So yeah, it's got some room. Trade of the week, ASTS. Trade of the week is ASTS. No, I think somebody mentioned it might trigger in the free market. Again, it doesn't count if it, I mean, you can do anything you want, of course, but it doesn't technically count if it does trigger in the pre-market. The trigger is 92.96 against the high at a high on Friday or Thursday. Okay, 92.94. The next high would be 95.95. And the trade of the week is free. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. I'm keeping an eye on the PFSA, see if it takes out 2. The only earnings play I see is NNOX. That's the only one that's coming in my little 6 pre-market. If it's doing anything. Well, it's interesting that says it's up 34,000%, and yet it's not showing up here. I wonder if I had links on a do not look at list from previous months, weeks. Yeah, I know it has to be a reverse split, but we've got the float right, 205,000. So we've got the float right. Normally, when the float is right, then you're not going to see this. That would account for the reverse split, unless it is even less than that now, 205,000. But the other thing is that this says that this was halted at 3:55 a.m. Eastern Time. Reason not available. And if they did the reverse split in the pre-market, yeah, market open, yeah, took me by surprise. Okay, you guys. Well, let's have a great trading start to the trading week, guys. Behind the PFSA, guys, the PFSA is challenging too again. It has got room. I mean, look at the room on that. 292. Look what it did. It got right into that level again. Not popped through it yet. Low float. Just as I'm, well, that is an erroneous alert. I know why. I know why. All right. Well, let's take a look at the SPY to start. A little pop in the SPY through or right at the VWAP, that purple line. Shoot. Okay, guys, there goes PFSA. Trying to take out two in a big way now. It popped up all the way up to 225. So with Bitcoin having a bit of a pop here, guys, there's Riot. I don't know if there's any specific news for Riot. Riot announces 1,473 Bitcoins produced in Q1, down from 1,530 the year before. But for whatever reason, that didn't. Well, it did cause a little bit of a downturn, but now it's right back up. That's Riot. Man, I didn't know AMC was this low, but it was under a dollar. I guess under a dollar. AMC delivers nice little promotional press release, record-setting performance over a 5-day Eastern weekend. Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. Give them their due. They're up 8 cents. So Tesla must be up a bit. Tesla must be up about 1.8%, I guess. I mean, this is a short, just a short, a double the move down. So Tesla, the stock must be up about 1.9% or so. VW, this is an interesting one. I don't think I'd really, well, I know the company, but all of a sudden got really frisky. When was this? Back in the beginning of March. A lot of activity. All right, let's take a look at space. SPC, sorry. A little bit of room, not much though, on the weekly chart. Not a ton of room on the weekly chart. Well, Poe, if you're around, you can take a look at NVNI. This is sitting right on the dollar mark. Okay, had some news about an acquisition. The initial reaction was great, up to 221, and then plunged all the way down to $1. So I know you kind of like to look at those. Not a low float, Brazilian stock, not a low float, 89 million. But the longer it holds $1, right now it's at a lifetime low. And so did PFSA do a bit of a U-turn. I mean, it got up to 240 and then right back down. So I don't get it. I mean, I'm looking here. Looks like I actually had it written down, earnings play in question mark. We don't have an earnings day for it at all, but their net loss widened to 4.8 million. Revenue falls to 255,000. But I guess that's good news, up 146%. I know they said they published a presentation on software-driven roll-up of corporate filing agents. So where could it open? So here's the home for FCUV. This blue screen, blue window I'm showing is nothing to do with trade ideas. Everything to do with Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's my halt price. This column trying to show me where it could open. No big clue. Obviously, it's halted at 823. No big clue. AXTI, guys. I mean, this has been a pretty wild one. After hitting an all-time high up here not that many days ago, the all-time high was around 73, all the way back down to 42 on Thursday. But look where it closed, up at 53. So this is really, really a jumpy one right now. The AXTI. SPY is still right around the VWAP area, that purple line. Oh, why the jumble? All right, let's take a look at a firm just over the whole number of 49. We've got a halt. Wow. So this got links. Is it resumed? It has resumed on the way down. Yeah, again, 21,000. It's not up 21,000%. Forget about it. FCUV not open yet. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:41 plus 14 seconds. So not 20 seconds from now, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. All right, PRFX guys. I didn't see this one in the pre-market. Thank you for sharing, AJ. Yes, sorry. FCUV just opened in a big open, big open. And it's halted again. So that was a very quick open and halt again for SUV. So this is the one, obviously, today. Look high looking left. On that weekly chart is 1341 or so. So there is still room on a weekly chart for this one to move. SkyQ guys, SkyQ, SKYQ. I only see this because I have a thumbnail. SkyQ on the move. This was a big one on Friday. It got up to 589. Goes down here at 510. So it's right at, well, right at the close. Right at the close now on Thursday. Friday was the market holiday. So right at the close of Thursday for SkyQ. Oh, NVNI making a little move off the dollar. Oh, PFSA, sorry, PFSA is been very choppy in in the first 15 minutes or so, but it looks like it's trying to test $2 one more time anyway. MLEC, yes. It's got up to what, $13. Yeah, 13 in the pre-market, got all the way back down to 8. Yes, I do. SIDU. Yeah, this was a big one from last week, as I recall. Yeah, a lot of action on it last week. And look at the action on Thursday. It was an earnings play, actually. I guess it was an earnings play on Thursday. So it's above Thursday's close. UNNVNI. I hope you are you're a partner in that one. Another cheap one, guys. ONND, just over $1. Let's see what's happening with this one. Oh, whoa, room. So it's right at the 200-day moving average, which is 108. So it's right at that 200-day moving average. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 141. So certainly has room. Low float, pretty low float, 21 million. Put out some news. Again, we don't have it as an earnings play, but there, announces strong 2025 financials. That's his AI-driven IRWD powered by Palantir. RENX, I saw this one really early. I think when it took this little pop up, but then missed out later. I mean, look what it's doing. Watch it later. RENX, not what I thought they did. Providing real estate development services. Okay, that might have been a drug, a renal drug, but I guess not. And its unit Zimmer equipment renews the organic waste transport contract through 2028. So that's your news for RENX. Low float, 2 million in the float. Look at the volume already, 9 million. Well, I guess they might have had earnings even. Yeah, they had earnings April 1st. All right. Now, Fubu is short a boat for me. Okay. Now, just looking at the market, not that Fubu is going to care what the market's doing, but all right. Well, the market's trying to lift above the VWAP. Okay. It's trying. And that purple line there, that is the VWAP. It's trying to lift above it. And why do I talk about the VWAP a lot? A lot of people think that the VWAP can act as support or resistance. So, Viridian guys, VRDN. I remember this one. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hammered down, hammered down. And what day was that? That was the end of March, March 30th. And continuing now, continuing down, VRDN. All right, guys, how's the ALM doing? ALM, nice so far. Nice move so far. However, what's the high right there is 1625. So getting, well, actually, it's a little bit above that, or 1638. Excuse me. That high right there is 1638. So as the market really starts to, maintain this, well, it's trying to maintain above the VWAP still. All the reverse splits. Thank you for posting that. 156. Quick look at the big sector. Well, SMH now, guys. SMH is the top sector, the semis. And what's the worst one? XLB materials. Got a bunch of them in mildly red. Nothing really standing out. For silver and gold, the way they've been trading, or well, trading in the last little while, doing nothing. Silver is basically flat. SLV. Gold is basically flat. Well, it used to be reverse splits were, they awful, 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 awful. I mean, when I say used to be, 20 years ago, a reverse split was just a last gasp effort. The only usual reason why a reverse split, and now when I say can work, is if they come up with a press release almost immediately too. Okay, coming up with a press release and try to pump it. That's about the only that sometimes that's the only that can juice the stock. But on the day of, unless they come up with a press release, usually nothing is going to happen. But remember why they're doing why they're doing it's not for good reasons, right? They're not doing a reverse split for any good reasons. I mean, it's just to regain usually Nasdaq compliance, getting the stock over a dollar. So it's not that their business has improved or anything like that. But if they're smart, if the guys who run the company are smart, they try to come up with any sort of a press release soon after. Do we have the VWAP band as an indicator on the chart? Well, you can put it on the chart, yes, 161. You see that's that purple line. You can put it on your chart as an indicator. Just right click. Now it depends on what chart type you're using. We have two types of charts. This is the old version, the legacy charts, and then this is the new one where if you want to have if you want to see the trade wave and all, you have to be using the browser interface charts. But both are basically the same. I'll do the browser indicator. So you go to sorry, let me do it. Oops, let me do it more quickly or slowly. So if I right click, depending on the chart you're using, if you're using a chart that has the trade wave, right click, indicators, and then you just find VWAP. Okay, and then you add it. Click on the VWAP in whatever color you want. Okay, and if you're using the other charts that do not have use browser interface checked, click on the indicators. It's just a slightly different look. Okay, but you go down and find the VWAP, and you can add it to your chart. Okay. I don't put the VWAP on the. I only use the VWAP for the intraday charts. So that's why you hear me talk about the VWAP, especially on the SPY, a lot on the SPY, just to see what it's doing, and it's it's trying to hold. SWMR. I don't know if we have shorts. Most of us probably don't have shorts for that one, Alan. Oh, I spoke too soon. It comes and goes with interactive brokers, but boy, yeah, no kidding. Drone play. I guess we'll call it a drone play. I didn't really see it. Well, let's see if this holds. I mean, this is the low of Thursday, 45.24, a couple of dollars away from that. See if that holds it though. Yeah, I'm surprised there were shorts available at interactive brokers. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Oh, I guess you didn't take your profit up in the. Oh, really? You got in at 109 though, didn't you? Or did you do it again? Because that jumped up to 127 or 127. I would have thought you would have taken, or did you try it again? Oh, okay, you took it on the pullback. Okay. MNTS guys, momentous. Now let's take a look at this one. The next high looking left is 391, so very close to that. A couple of highs right in that area. If it can break through that though, so that's what I'll do. I'll put a price alert in that area. The 39. Now I wouldn't take it unless it broke over 4, but I want to know if it takes out. There's a couple of daily highs right there. If it takes that out, then the next high is 469. So I can see that FCUV is now on the way down. Should be on the way down. Not shortable for me, interactive brokers. Levi Strauss. So they have earnings coming up. They have earnings after hours tomorrow. Whoa, it's got room. Look at the room it's got. I mean, the 2098 is the 200-day moving average. There is a high up here, 2020. So, ahead of its earnings tomorrow, it's having a little bit of a move. William, your favorite, SMX, announces the launch of digital material passport platform. How about that? They're on the move on that news. And it's moving, guys. SMX on the move, but the spread is not great, and not terrible now. It's you can see how it widens. There's a 30 cent spread. Meanwhile, yeah, look at the market. The market's having a lift here. Yeah, so the market is having a little bit of a lift here, guy. In fact, that's a big pop, big pop. Who knows why? I mean, I'm not even trying to interpret anything. Yeah, William, so I mentioned your favorite one, with press, coming up with press release after press release. Got to be a reason, Pepe, for this. Why they get all jumbled up? There's got to be a reason. AJPU guys. So this was another wild, really, really wild one a couple of days ago, and it's at the high Thursday now. AJPU, AGPU, sorry. The head earnings. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:02. So what I'm going to do right now is go over my homepage, including all the scans, races, etc., that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so and I think the promo code is still, I believe it's supposed to be over tonight. Let me do a quick check. I'm pretty sure though that's oh, you know what? I forgot to even look at the economic calendar, Barry. Forgot to do that. Let's take a look. I don't think, but then again, I don't know because I didn't look at it. Forgot to post all that stuff in. Economic calendar for Monday, April 6th. Well, at 10 o'clock, ISM services PMI, ISM services business activity, etc. Bunch of ISM services. I don't know if that has any bearing on it. Yeah, but look at this. I mean, that's a massive spike, and that continued. However, selling off now. All right, so on my homepage is what you're going to find. So I'm pretty sure this promo code is still good. Let me just do a little. Yeah, so the promo code is still good. You can still get 25% off. Okay, in theory, it's going to end tonight at midnight. Sometimes it's available for one extra day, but if you do want to take advantage of getting 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription, you can use my promo code Barry25. Please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription anytime in the future. It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, there's another room called the trading room. It's a lot more active. It's free also. A lot more active. More traders in here. And Well, bonuses. This room is open at 6:45 a.m. Thank you, Obi. He opens the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't. A little early for me. I live in Vancouver, so that's why Obi does it. So 6:45. I get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock. And then I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. But in this room, usually William will keep the room open after I leave. And it's up to him most of the time, depending on if what sort of earnings plays there are, sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. So he'll let me know. Under no obligation to do that, of course. But on a big day, this is usually open from 6:45 a.m. Eastern and to 3:45 p.m. Eastern. Okay. So if you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst other traders, and you're sitting on YouTube wondering about this, come in here. It's free. Okay. Now, education. Click on the education section. If you're going to, you know what? I always forget to Steve. So keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And I believe it was ASTS. Somebody said it did trigger. So that is the trade of the week, ASTS. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Now we can look at the education section. So on my homepage, scroll down, click on the more info. So the first thing you must do, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you must do this first. This is mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You take out a monthly subscription, they're just month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. They're a free series of videos, 15 of them, for those of you who are new to trading. Back to basics. And last, if you're looking for the information, the stuff you can see right on my homepage or the monitor that I'm sharing, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, pull some scans, okay? So here is the large cap race is right here at the top. Movers, this is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. It's a real-time crawl. If it's in blue, if it's in green, new high of the day. If it's in red, a new low of the day. Then another race, a more volatile race is here. You'll see stocks that can move much bigger percentages than this one. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means it's less volatile. And pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market to find the stocks that are, well, up or down the most. Pulse resumed is over here. And I'm sharing these three other scans, okay? I'm not using them right now, but you can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, the combo scan, and the William up-down scan, okay? So you can take a look at them. I'm not using them right now. I mean, I won't in the future, but right now I'm not using them. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me, okay? In fact, I like questions. It helps to keep me engaged. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys. So let's take a look at. So there's the SMX. Uh, yeah, it's still accelerating. Terrible spread, but the spread won't matter if it goes up $1 or $2. It won't matter, but hard for me to commit though. And right now the spread's only 10 cents, but you can widen to 30, 40 cents, just like that. Boy, the market is in a chop fest right now. Still hanging around the VWAP though. The NVX guys. So this one, ooh, we've got some room. Let's take a look left. 580, not much though. 582 is the next high. It's sitting at 566 right now. That's the ENVX. So it doesn't have enough room for me to take it. Few shorts available for me in this one. But it's pretty choppy. MLEC, I'm talking about. There are grand sum of 7,900 shares available. Interactive brokers. How what for the fee rate? 636%. Okay. What about this one? OPTX just over the whole number, but underneath the VWAP. See if we can take out the VWAP. Chrysler around 927. Well, BBWI wow, it's got room. Look at the room. It's got $17. So we got a dollar to the next low. If it takes out that whole number, I'm going to put a price alert maybe around 1793. See if it takes that out. With the drone play, RCAT, RCAT has room to vote 14. Or I thought about taking that Sky Q. It looked like it was holding over 5, but nope. All right, MNTS guys. Well, it did. Oh, that's right. I put a price alert right in this area. Well, let's see if it gets over 4 because if it can get over 4 and hold there, 473 on the daily chart is the next high. So that's certainly enough room. And yeah, shares of space-related companies are trading higher following reports that SpaceX has filed confidentiality for initial public offering. NASA will launch Artemis 2 when? On a 10-day trip around the moon. When is that supposed to happen? Oh, excuse me. This is a headline from April. Okay, I'm sorry. This is a headline from April 1st. So that obviously that's the okay. I thought maybe Artemis 1 was what they launched, but obviously that was Artemis 2. So excuse me. This is that was a headline from, of course, April 1st. Interesting. So this gold play, big gold miner out of Canada, Barrick. What's gold doing right now? GLD, because this is moving down. What's GLD doing? Yeah, it's basically flat. So gold. So Barrick's moving down more than the sector, and that is B. All right, BBWI underneath 18 now. See if it holds, how well it holds underneath that 18. I might have to take a short gets into the 1780s. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, back. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Good to see you there too. You're in our YouTube room. Yeah, well, remember what I said. It won't matter if the spread is 30, 40 cents. If the stock's going to go up $2 or $3, which it did, SMX, it won't matter. but you just don't know if it's absolutely going to happen. But well, let's take a look. The next high looking left, if you guys were in this one at all, 1766 is the next high. So certainly it's a couple of dollars to the next high for SMX. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? So the market is now, maybe it's going to leave the VWAP behind, but a real chop fest to begin. Give me one moment. And there it goes. I mean, it's just yeah. I mean, it's a rocket ship right now, straight up. If you could deal with the spread. I mean, the spread right now, great. Well, not great, but it's way better. But early on, it was about a 30 or 40 cent spread. Wow. So the ASTI guys, I mean, the low on Thursday was 41.82, 41.82. So it still has a little bit of room to that low. You know, okay, so let's take a look at AJ's scan. Now, so you're not using it necessarily for today. I'm just looking at the reason I say that. I mean, I'm looking at TBRG, only 18,000 shares, so I'm sure you would not be. So what are you doing? So yeah, what are you doing with it today, as an example? I'm just looking at the volume of some of these. Okay, I see. Okay. Well, maybe increasing the volume for today. I mean, this is an ETF, but so here's what I'll do, just to see if it can be even can use for a trade for the day. We're going to add in volume, say 300K. Okay, guys. ATMU. Not familiar with these guys at all. Atmos Filtration Tech. Okay. They're set to join the S&P Small Cap 600 when on Thursday, April 9th. So, well, Thursday this week. Give me one moment, guys. Oh, guys, AXTI just underneath the whole number and still has a little bit of room to move down to the next low. A little bit of room. I mean, the next low is Friday or Thursday's low around 42.10. So a little bit of room. But will it hold it? Will that act as support? Thursday's low. I mean, 4 days ago, this was an all-time high at $72. Now down to 41. Wow. I mean, it's a $30 drop. All right, guys, I'm looking now. What are you talking? The SPY thumbs up? Like what are you talking about? Fall to the valley and recovered back to the top? Are you talking a specific stock or the SPY? Talking to thumbs up in our YouTube room. Nothing shaken from our AI today, guys. Looking for any re-entry price. So far, there are none. Well, I guess people are eating hot dogs or something. We got the Kraft Heinz company. It's just a beautiful run here, really, at the high of the day. The next high looking left is 23.76. So there's about 40 cents, 45 cents to the high here. Next high. Thumbs up. You must be a Spanish speaking person with a haha JAJA. Oh, or German. You're right, William. I just always assume when I see the JAJA, that's Spanish. YSS, guys. YSS, just over the whole number of 30. And man, so this was an IPO a few months ago, 34.27. What's the next high? Actually, this got room. I mean, it's got a ton of room. YSS on a weekly chart. It's a spread issue, though, 30.06, 30.33. It's a spread issue. So I was right. I was right. When I said Spanish, I didn't mean Spain. I just meant Spanish language. All right, MLEC. So here's your challenge right here, MLEC. You've got the VWAP above you and around 1050. You're trying to get through 10. And this is, I mean, there are shorts available, but the, 7,800, but E rate's a little tough. Too bad. This CHA has next high is too close. It's close to the whole number, but it's also close to that high, 1109. So it becomes something I'm not that interested in. Okay, guys, BBWI is interesting to me on a short. I was watching it, popped a little bit above the 18, underneath 18 again. Was I able to trade it? I'm not in SMX. So your question really is, would Interactive Broker, was this one of those ones that Interactive Brokers was blocking? I don't know. I am not in it. I looked at it early, when we saw the press release. The spread wasn't was terrible. I actually made the comment, the spread won't matter if the stock tacks on $2 or $3, which it did. But I don't know what's going to do that. Well, why don't I just ask anybody with Interactive Brokers? Were you able to buy SMX? Anybody with Interactive Brokers able to buy SMX? So Cuba, okay, so Cuba has Interactive Broker, so he's able to buy it. No, I'm not. I don't care about. I shouldn't say it like that. I'm only answering about or asking about Interactive Brokers. If you could buy SMX at Interactive Brokers, I'm assuming that's why you're asking, Alan. But Cuba says yes, he could buy it. So yeah, the problem with what you're saying though, Alan, is that you're going to move from Fidelity, but the next one, maybe Fidelity allows and Interactive Brokers doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you just don't know. It really varies, stock to stock, broker to broker. Unless you're finding it widespread. Okay. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Guys, AXTI continues to make its way down in the market. Now the market is challenging that VWAP again. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Well, hard to commit right now, guys, with what the market's doing. I mean, it's up, down, very choppy right now. Right at the VWAP again. Now, again, when I say commit, some of these little guys, they don't care. But some of these but the large cap stocks will care. Some of them anyway. Oh my goodness. SMX, guys, well, it is definitely doing its thing. So that high obliterated. This one over here, 1868. This one here is 2163. So there is a next high looking left, which is oh really a Pepe? Okay, let me get my spy. Hmm. Okay, guys, MNTS, very interesting to me. Okay, very interesting to me. Over the whole number, has some room to 470. I think it's going to get there. No, bye bye. Okay, well, SMS obviously came back down 1777 now. So this is never, well, I shouldn't say never. This is actually shortable for me now. 7,000 shares. Okay, guys, while I'm waiting on the MNTS, let's go over this race right here. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about this race and the racing in general. Before I do that, though, okay. So before I do that, though, I want to direct people to our user guide because what I'm going to talk about is all covered in the user guide. I don't expect people to remember everything I say regarding the races. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, if you scroll down to the education section, click on the more info. I'm going to expand this just a little bit. Okay, at the top here is our user guide. Click on the user guide, and over here, there is a whole section on TI stock racing. Well, everything I'm going to talk about is covered here, okay, in the TI stock racing section in our user guide. So this race, so I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, all customizable. You can run whatever time period you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. So what does the 2.8% mean? That means that since the race started, this stock, PRFX, has moved 2.8%. Not a huge move, only 6 cents. You know, it's a cheap stock. But in this race, you can see some pretty big percentage moves sometimes. Okay, like, 5, 10, 15, even 20%. You can see, and it's like any other race. There will be a winner at the end of the race, and that's how this top 10 list has been built. Stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that FCUV has won 7 races, WBY 5, etc. There is a top 10 list built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Same thing with this one. Different race, different filters. That's why you don't see the same stocks in either of these two races. So here's the SMX. I mean, here's a 10.5% move. Rarely, if ever, are you going to see a move like that in this race here. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means it is less volatile. I mean, look, we saw what happened with SMX. It was up to 19 something, went right back down to 17. Pretty volatile. So if you see, and it just won the race. Okay, now it is not going to take out that one. Oh, I'm sorry. So that's the sixth race it's won. So you can see pay attention to these ones that keep winning races over the course of the day. So if you see a stock at the top here, click on it. Obviously, click on it to see what is happening. You don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. So here's SLGB. Let's just see what's happening. I mean, it's only $1.04. So, but you can see why it's at the top here because it's making this little move. Okay. So if something is at the top, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. Actually, any stock you see in this list, click on it, see what's happening. I know we talked about ONMD earlier. Well, I mean, this might appeal to some of you. It's holding the VWAP. You might look at this and go, you know what? Maybe if it takes out 105 and I put a stop underneath the VWAP, maybe I take the trade. It's up to you, of course. Any stock that has won a race, click on it, see what's happening. Okay. You don't know what's happening until you click on it. So here's PFSA, very active earlier. So you can see what it's doing. Now, this may appeal to some of you who like to take stocks that are at the VWAP, that purple line there, acting as support. Maybe it completely acts as support and it bounces off it. That's an idea, right? Trade ideas. That's an idea. So it's not just about seeing stocks at the high of the day. A stock in, any stock that you click on, it might be having a pop, but it might be coming from the bottom somewhere, not necessarily at the top at the high of the day. Here's the MLAC. It's been very active, up 7% now since the race started. Another one, well, you can see what's happening. It's getting into the VWAP. Will that act as resistance? I don't know 100%, but you can see what it did. It got into the VWAP, and so far it is stalled. What if it takes the VWAP out? Now the VWAP is at it's 1062, 1050-ish, so it's going to have to go a ways, but it's a super low float, 520,000 in the float. So now the question has to be, if you're looking at this for the first time, well, why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up over here? They're very different. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this race because I don't want to stop the race. I'm going to show you a few other things on this. So I'm going to right click, open the top list. Okay, open the top list. All races start from a top list window. Didn't have to do that, but okay. Notice if I right click on it on this top list window, if I right click on it, launch real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. Okay, number one. Number two, you can still use top list windows for this reason. Okay, I have sorted on the change from the previous day's close. So if I'm looking for stocks that are up the most from the previous day's close, as long as I have the column header, I can double left click and I sort on it. So SMX up 106% from Thursday's close. Maxin 65%, etc., all the way down this list. And again, why are these stocks showing up here? Because this is what I'm looking for. I right click in the top list and click on configure. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Yesterday, in this case, will be Thursday's close. So if the stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. And then I can sort on them if I want. I can sort on the change from the open. As long as you have the column header, which I do, obviously I do in this case, the change from the open. So the opening trade of the day, what has it done since then? It's up 102%. So again, you can use top list windows to do the sorting, ranking. What stocks are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So that's good, but this is what the race does for you. Almost for sure that stocks like SMX and FCUV, which are up in, well, I don't even know where SCUV is right now. It dropped off the list. Is that possible? Well, for some reason I don't see it, but obviously it was there because it won races. So anyway, the bottom line is this, though, that you will probably see these stocks, the SMX and all that, leading, winning races all day long. But the race doesn't care from where you start. All it cares about is in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most percentage wise. That's all it cares about. So, this AGPU has been a very active stock. It's only up 3.4% from Thursday's close. What if all of a sudden, it just started to make a move again? It's up 4%, 5%, 8%, moving up this list. Well, you'd never know, would you? I mean, what are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks to see what stock is moving? Well, that's what the race does for you. The race, again, doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. It just cares what stock is moving the most. That's all it cares about. Okay. So hopefully now it starts to make sense that you can create your own top list window and run the race based on what you want to see. You configure, you make your own top list window with your own price range, maybe a different, like a minimum volume that you like. Do you care if it's up 2% from yesterday's close? You can add in your own filters, of course, and run your race on it. Okay. Now, here's an easy way, though. Instead of having to start, create something completely from scratch, this is why I duplicated it. If you click on the gear, okay, if you click on the gear, you're going to see a very quick way. For instance, maybe all you want to change from my race is the price range, is what I'm using, $1 and $50. And maybe you want to change the minimum volume. You can quickly do it right here. Or you could go to the advanced, and then you're going to see every filter that's being used. There's not too many. There's only one additional one. But maybe you can make your changes right here. And here are the values in the specific filters. Here are the values. But maybe you want to add some filters. Maybe if you have any trading experience at all, maybe there's some filters that you would want to add. Okay, I mean, I don't know what they might be, but that would be up to you. You could add them in here, say okay, and then your race will be based on on these filters. So you don't actually have to start a top list window completely from scratch. You can just make some changes. Take mine, make some changes, and then just say okay, and then click the right arrow, and now your race will start using your parameters. Now, the other thing you can do, of course, is change the time frame and a couple other things. So I'm going to stop the race, Clicking on the box or the gear stops the race. The only reason I like to click on the box is because I don't get that little pop-up. So the race is stopped. If I right click in the body of the race, right at the very top, show the race setup. So here's how you can control how long you want your race to run. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Whatever you can pick whatever time frame you want. 5-minute race, 10-minute race, 60-minute race, whatever you want. You can make their time frame right up here in the minutes to run. Now, the other thing that I have done, you don't have to do the same thing, but if you load it from my homepage, it'll say auto start at time. Okay. And the time is 9:30. So before, that's what I wanted to do. I did not want my race to run in the pre-market. I've changed my tune on that, which is good because that's how I found the PFSA earlier today in the pre-market. So now if you check auto start on load, then your race will start when you load trade ideas, whenever that is. If you're loading trade ideas in the pre-market, great. Your race will start in the pre-market. It will start whenever you load trade ideas. So if there are any questions about the races, the concept is really good too because it actually creates this top 10 list for you to focus on all day long. You can just focus on this list all day long. The difference in these two races, remember how big this top list window is, full. Let's do the same thing, right click, open the top list, and look at this. Only three stocks are meeting the filter requirements. Now I should say this. This is a dynamic list. It's not static. In other words, this is not it. This is not going to be the only stocks that'll be in this race all day long. Same thing with this one. Other stocks could have come in and out. But why are there so few compared to this? Well, take a look at the filters I'm using. So, I'm using between $10 and $70. Current volume has to be at least 1.1. So it's trading at least normally, volume-wise. 200,000 shares, up 2%. But this is why you're not seeing as many stocks. You see how it just expanded? Just added one. So these three filters right here are these three filters restrict the number of stocks I'm going to see. Position in the day's range, I have at 95. If that were 100, that would mean the stock is basically right at the high of the day. So at 95, it's close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. The float is 50 million and the market cap is 500 million. I don't have those filters over here. So these three, especially this one, the 95, are restricting the number of stocks that I see. You don't have to do the same thing, the same idea. You click on the gear, you can make changes, whatever you want to do, you can make changes. Okay? So this is a sort of an interesting race to run, especially when the market is down. When the market is not down today, we've had big gap downs because when you think about it, not that many stocks are going to be near the high of the day. Large cap stocks are going to be near the high of the day when the market is down. But so that's why this race is kind of interesting to run. All right. Well, I'm still kind of interested in the MNTS. I was hoping it would hold in this area, but I'm going to put a price order on the 409 level. See if it gets back up there. All right, guys. So it's 11 o'clock now. So at noon Eastern time, I'll be taking a break. Chris Varley will take over for me. By the way, Dan is gone this week, so no Dan on Wednesdays. Okay, no Dan on Wednesday. In fact, nobody will be taking over for me on Wednesday. All right, guys. MNTS volume like that's good. I mean, 32 million, 12 times normal. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course. The one I forgot to mention was NBIX. I have it on my list of stocks I was going to talk about. NBIX bought, and so it's down a little bit. NBIX bought Soleno. That's why SLNO was halted. It was a news halt. Yeah, so that you can see it flatlining right there. So this is a buyout by NBIX. Yes, doesn't have enough room. Okay, 41. Uncle T. You guys crack me up. Well, here's a space stock that is moving down. It's Lunar, LUNR. Look at the room it's got, 1925. Boy, oh boy, if this really picks up steam, this is, I mean, you can see what happened. It kind of consolidated a bit just underneath that whole number of 23 and then making a move down. Might be a good company, but what we're looking at is on an intraday basis. Right now, it's presenting a potential shorting opportunity for Lunar, LUNR. And just because of the room it's got, I'm not saying it's going to get down to 1929, but certainly has room. The longer it holds under 23, it's been in a down, the orange wave. All right, Lunar. I want to definitely have an interest in a potential short on it. Oh, another one moving down here. Rivian, right on the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 1501. It's right on top of it. And it can take that out. 1459 has some room underneath. That is RIVN. But will the 200-day moving average, will that act as support? Shoot, you know what? I lost sight of this one. I talked about this one just a little while ago. The Viridian VRDN was hanging under the VWAP and just making its way down. It's underneath the whole number, 1385. And I feel like I'm chasing it from that 1499. I feel like I'm chasing it. All right. Well, there's Stiefel putting in their 2 cents about Viridian. Boy, AXCI has been a great range trader. I mean, it's now, you know, it is now coming right into the VWAP. Now, will the VWAP stall it? Will it stall it this time, or will it power right through? Boy, look at this market. Look at this market right around the VWAP right here. Look at this chopping right, not chopping really, but it's sitting right on the VWAP right now. All right. Is this a short-lived pop here for the Viridian VRDN? I'm going to want to put a price alert down here. See if that's a short-lived pop into the bottom of the wave, and see if it takes out 14 again and moves down. Good volume, I mean, 12 times normal, so it's certainly active enough. Okay, here's one just over the whole number, guys. SLGB, just over the whole number, 106 right now. It popped over the whole number into the VWAP. Let's see what it does right here. You can kind of see where it got to today. It got up to about 120, and it got stuck right. If you look left, you can see a lot of action right around that. So it becomes not as if I looked left and the next high was 169, obviously a lot more enticing, but for me, it's just not enticing enough. Boy, the Viridian just gotta start looking at these instead of shorting as potential pops. I mean, that Viridian just I was really looking at this as a potential short. It was underneath 14. You don't know how I trade with IB. Simple. I just hit the submit button and buy or sell. It's pretty simple. Is it the prettiest looking? No, it isn't, but I don't care. I'll take function over form any day. Okay, guys, MIAX is on the move. Now, what did I say? I had room to 4161 or so. So it's got a little bit of room. MIAX has a little bit of room. I do not, Alan. I mean, it's simple. I mean, I mean, once, look, understand, I have had this program for 10 years. I have not made a change in 10 years. So, I fiddled around at the very beginning, but, you click on file from the toolbar, new window, and order entry. Pretty simple. I mean, when you click on new window, there's a big box that pops up. One of the options is order entry. But listen, if you find it, you don't like it, I mean, there are others. I mean, people use Thinkorswim or I mean, that's how I get my news. I just file, go down to a new window, find the news feed. There it is. Time and sales. I just click on new window, find the time and sales. I mean, it's not. I don't know. I don't find it that hard. They are expensive, yep. But if you want shorts, I mean, that's what you got to pay for that. You got to pay for get what you pay for. Alan, like everything else. If you're really want a system that has or a brokerage that has a lot of shorts available, virtually all the time, center point. I can go over it again, Wheeze. Okay, I can go over it again. The concept of races. They are recorded, but I mean, you've got to know where it is. I mean, I start talking. Of 9 o'clock Eastern time, and I'm going to, at least two, maybe 2:30. So, well, Alan, I mean, IB may not be for you if you're looking for an intuitive, well-designed software program. IB probably isn't that, but I, but you see, for me, I don't care because As long as I have my order entry and it handles those very well, that's all I care about. So, but it may not be for you. So let me go over the race. Okay, I'll go over the race right now again. So the concept of racing, as you can see right here, max N has moved 7% since this race started. Okay, since the race started, and I'm running a 4-minute race. And again, everything I'm talking about. Well, first of all, let me go to the guide or my homepage because everything I'm talking about is in the guide. Because I don't expect people to remember everything I say. Just like you said, you came in halfway. Well, here's a good reference for you. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to get to the education section, click on the more info. Click on the more info. And here is the user guide right there. If you click on the user guide, everything I'm going to talk about is right here in TI stock racing, whole section devoted to it in our user guide. Okay. So that's number one. So there's your reference. Number two, so let's go over this race. So again, I'm running a 4-minute race here, and all this is customizable. So this has moved 7%. That's not a big move in terms of dollar wise. It's a cheap stock, but that has moved 7% since the race started. This race over here is a lot less volatile. Very rarely, not too often, you get even 1% moves, and I'll explain why. There are different filters have been set up. So this is MAXN. So it's leading this race. There's still another minute to go. Automatically for you is a top 10 list created. And now look, somebody's taken over. PRFX has taken over the top spot of 5.5%. And so a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see FCUV is won 7, SMX 7, etc. So it gives you a good focus. If these are the only ones you want to focus on all day long, you can do that. Now, you don't have to wait. Here's a no. So we have another new leader. Again, these are pretty cheap stocks, so it's only a 5-cent move, but that is 5%. So when you see a stock at the high here, number one, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. Click on it right now. See what's happening. If you're a VWAP player, maybe it's setting up for you. It's pulling into the VWAP, that purple line. If you're a bit of a VWAP player thinking, well, that might be support. So you maybe wait a little bit, take the trade, put your stop underneath the VWAP. I mean, this is an idea. One moment. So just click, and you don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top here either. Just click on any stock that you happen to see in this list. See what's happening. Okay, your stim. I mean, this has been pretty good. I mean, it's holding over the VWAP the whole day, just about. I'm not saying to take the trade right now, but had you seen this a little bit earlier, which you could have in this race, you might have looked at that and go, "Wow, it's holding the VWAP. I'll take it." Or click on any stock that has won a race before. Maybe it's setting up. I mean, this is not setting up right now, but what if MLEC had been moving down into the VWAP? Maybe it was going to hold. You don't know until you click on the symbol to see exactly what is happening. So that's number one. Okay, so that's the idea of the race. But this is really the whole concept right here. So if I right click, open the top list window. All races start from a top list window. And in this top list window, I'm going to just show you what I'm using. So I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares. It has to be up at least 2% from, in this case, Thursday's close. Okay, that's what I want to see. Again, everything is customizable. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. And I'm going to double left click on the change from the close. I have that column header, change from the close. So, at a glance, before we had races, this is how somebody would use the top list window. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you had a column header up here that you could sort on it. You could just double left click rapidly and you sort on it. So in this case, the MAXN is up the most from Thursday's close, 82%, and SMX 71%, etc. Okay, and that's nice to know, perhaps. And for almost for sure, the stocks that are up the most from the previous day's close, more than likely, they're going to be very active in the race because people are following them all day long. But what the race does is, and I use AGPU as an example, the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from the previous day's close. All it cares about is what stock is moving up the most since the race started in this list of stocks. All it cares about. So here's Miggy. I mean, Miggy happens to be up 50%, but it could have been, AGPU, which has been a very active stock. I use this as an example, is up 4% from Thursday's close. What if, though, all of a sudden it started, catching, call a bid, it's up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. That's what the race does. The race identifies in the list what stocks are moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. Notice that if I right-click in the top list window, it says launch one of the options is to launch the real-time stock list. So all races start from a top list window. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, your own price range, minimum volume, maybe filters that you like if you have any sort of trading experience. But here's something you can also do. You can take my top list window. And by the way, people listening to this, if you load my top list window right now, you're not going to see all these previous winners. Your race starts when you load it. So right now it's 11:23 a.m. Eastern time. So that's when your race will start, and you will develop your own top 10 list, okay, from when you start the race, or when you loaded the race. But here's how you can take my race, either of these two races. I'm going to duplicate it because I don't want to stop the race. I'm going to duplicate it, and you see the gear here. So here's how you can take my race and really customize it, so you don't have to start your own top list window from scratch. Okay, I'm going to click on the gear. I'm going to click on the gear, and here's a quick way. If all you want to do is change my price range and maybe in the minimum volume, here's how you can do it. Okay, very quickly. Otherwise, you would click on Advanced. You can click on the Summary, and you can see I only have one additional filter. But here's how you can also make your changes if you wanted to. I'm going to click on the window-specific filters, and here's where you see the actual volume or the actual values. Here's how you can make your changes. Now, here's where you can also, if you have any trading experience, you might want to add filters that you like to the race. Okay, so all I'm trying to do is to show people here is that you don't have to start a top list from scratch. Okay, you can take one of my races and just adjust the values. And then once you've done that, you say okay, and then your race will be based on your values. Because once the race is stopped, then you just click that little arrow, and then your race will start with your values. And the other thing you can do is when the race is stopped. So let's say the race is going, and you click on the box, and now I'm going to right click and show the race setup. Remember, all this is in the guide, and here's the race setup. So the two important ones, in my opinion, are how long do you want your race to run? I'm running a 4-minute race. You don't have to do the same thing. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever time period you want. You can run the race on it. The only other thing I do want to show though is the auto start at time I have got that checked right here. And so when you load it from my homepage, that is what's going to be checked. The auto started time 9:30. Before, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to start my race at the 9:30 open. I don't do that anymore. I actually start my race when I load trade ideas. And of course, I'm always loading trade ideas before the market, before the 9:30 open. So now what I have checked is auto start on load, which means the race will start whenever you load trade ideas. So if you're loading it in the pre-market, your race will start running then. Okay, and if you load it, if you don't load trade ideas, if you load it at 10 o'clock, that's when your race will start. Okay. Interactive brokers, I was told, would have let me buy. I would have let me buy SMX. I didn't. I didn't buy SMX, but somebody who has interactive brokers said they could buy it. So and so this race right here, just to give you an idea, like the difference is because this is a large cap race. If I open the top list, look how few stocks there are. Now, it doesn't mean these are only two stocks for the day. It's a dynamic list. Stocks will come in and out of this, but with the market the way it is, you're just not seeing a lot of large cap stocks near the high of the day, which is what I'm looking for. Okay, because if I look at this list, if I look at this, this is what's restricting it. The stock position in the day's range at 95. If I put 100 there, that would mean the stock has to be literally at the high of the day. So at 95, it's going to have to be pretty close to the high of the day. I've got a minimum float of 50 million and a minimum market cap of 500 million. I don't have these filters over here. So consequently, that's why there are way more stocks here. Okay. Yeah, I have traded SMX before, so I have not had. I didn't trade it today, but I have traded SMX before a few weeks ago when it was doing its crazy thing. So yeah, I didn't have a problem. Yeah, go to the guide because the guide has got some good videos and text. It goes over all the things I've talked about. All right, guys. So it's 11:30 now. So in about half an hour, I will be taking a break. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. I'll confirm that, but I'm 99.999% sure. So again, just because they were in this top list window, they were only, now I see how I expanded a little bit, but obviously before, VW was in there because it won a race before it was in there. So again, this is not a static list. Miggy, let's take a look at Miggy, MIGI. So again, So these stocks that you're seeing here, they don't have to be near the high of the day. They could have pulled back and then they're popping. So these, you can use a race like this, for pullback plays, pulling back. Maybe you got a moving average on the chart that you like, and you put it and you see the stock is moving into it. Another big one from last week, guys, SST, or maybe the week before. This was on the 27th of March. Yeah, so big one, a big day, got up to 474. Did close down here, but big day on last week. I'm sorry, so that would be last week. And let's see, there's the 200-day moving average, so it's certainly far enough away. All right, confirmation, yes. So Chris Farley will be taking over for me in about a little less than half an hour from now at noon Eastern. What happens Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, somebody takes over for me at Trade Ideas. One of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over my YouTube stream between 12 and 1. But again, guys, if you're sitting there waiting, you want to ask questions and you think you can only ask questions then, you can ask me questions all day long. If I can't answer it because I'm tied up doing something, I'll let you know. And the only thing I really can't answer are accounting questions. If you have an accounting, like something to do with your account, that I cannot answer, but I can direct you to people who probably can help you. Okay, so well, obviously Tesla's moving down, guys. Tesla must be down 2% at least. Okay, this is if you thought Tesla was going to continue moving down, this is a way in which you can buy a two-time short position. So you can buy this ETF. This will give you double the move. So if Tesla moves down another point, 1%, this will move down 2%. But remember, if Tesla moves up 1%, this is going to move down 2%. And this is again one of these ETFs that has been designed. I don't know if this is the biggest one, because many of these big stocks now have several ETFs designed. Okay, guys, the MIA, I mentioned MIAX making a wee move here. Had the room, 41.53, getting very close to that, getting very close to this now. And you can see it's leading a race. Okay. I will be honest. I mean, I'm looking at a lot of these as potential shorts. If the market, especially if the market wants to really start giving it up, okay, these large cap stocks that are near the high of the day, unless they have some very specific news on their own, which, you would think they do because, I mean, again, there's not that many large cap stocks. Reports trading result for March. So, they had some news. Miami International had some news. You think this was an airport? Let's see if AMLX has any news on its own. Well, this didn't look good because, but yeah. So the insider sell for $3.4 million of stock, possibly signaling caution, but it's up. What is so bad about it, guys? You guys are talking about the E-Trade platform. I know you've been complaining about it for the last few weeks since they launched it. What is literally so bad about it? Look at the SMX now, guys. I mean, the SMX, and there are no shorts available now. Oh, no way. No way, William. That is crazy. That is crazy. Oh, how could they do that? Is it do you think it's a bug or I mean, why would somebody purposely do that or is just hard to program? I mean, that That makes no sense to me whatsoever. All right, guys, 20 minutes to my break. So if you have any questions stored up, good time to ask. Jeez, really? Well, look at the drop in SMX from the almost 20 guys. What did it get up to? Got up to not quite 20, you'd say 1970 or so. Now look at the drop. However, so here's your area. I mean, there's the VWAP right there. If it tears through the VWAP, you never know. It could go on that another late day run. I put a price alert above the VWAP. Maybe I'll be able to take it. Now, the other thing to do when you're looking at a race, okay, and when you start, if you start using races, as part of your daily routine, you're going to start. What'll start to happen is you'll see a stock in here that you haven't seen all day long. Click on it. You haven't seen a stock in this list all day long. It certainly has not won a race before. And click on it. It might be just starting out. Didn't Mor- who bought E Trade? Was it Morgan Stanley or J.P. Morgan? Morgan Stanley. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Ken asked the question, how can I run a race based on a watch list that you create, a symbol list that you create? So you know how to create a watch list, Ken, or a symbol list. You know how to create one in the first place. Have you created okay, perfect. Well, if you've done that, then you've the hard part is over. Okay. So let's take this race. I'll just duplicate the race. I'm going to stop the race. Actually, I'm wrong. I didn't have to do that. I'm going to open the top list window. So I didn't actually have to do that. Right click, open the top list window. Okay. So here's your top list. All you have to do now is take your symbol list and attach it. Right click, go to the configure. You say you've created a symbol list before, a watch list before. Okay. So you go up to the symbol list. If you don't see it in this column, if that symbol list that you created is not in this column, and I think you probably know how to do that, you'll click on the add existing list, find it, and you just left click on it. If you cannot see it over here, left click on it, and now it'll be over here. And then you just click on the down arrow and this in the up here, and there's only the following. I'm sure you must have done this before because you've You've created one before, and then just check it. Only the following list, check it, and then you launch your race based on that. Once your symbol list is attached to your top list window, then you just right click, launch the race, and it's only going to look at those symbols. So it's a good question because some of you may have a basket of stocks that you like to follow all day long. Okay. Maybe there's 15, 20 stocks that you want to follow every single day. Maybe it's maybe it's the large cap stocks. Maybe you want to follow Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, whatever. Or maybe you do some evening work once the market's closed, and you say, you know what, I want to follow, and you locate or you find some stocks that you say to yourself, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. Maybe there's 15 or 20 stocks that you want to follow tomorrow. You create your symbol list with those stocks, attach it to the top list window, and then run the race on it. So that could be a different list of stocks every day, of course. Read my mind there, Obi. I just clicking on Tilray. The next high looking left is very close, 694. So here's a little pop here for 10x guys. 10x, TENX. Look at the volume that came in. But yeah, see, obviously, well, it's. I mean, it has some room. Not quite 50 cents, to the 50 cents to the next high. If I knew, well, first of all, you can't do it. Look at the spread, 1606, 1652. It's untradeable. I mean, when I say that, I'm being sarcastic. Of course, you can trade it, but with that spread, I would never touch it. Now, if it tacks on another $3 or $4 from here, that spread wouldn't have mattered, but I don't know what's going to do that. Now, this compare count window, I should really look at it more often because I mean, this can give you some really good looks because they're based on volume bursts also. So this is, basically looking at the difference in upside versus downside movers. Now, this is the full version of it. I don't care about the cylinder. I don't care about this messy looking graph. Just all I care about is show me the symbols. And these are all real-time alerts. If it's in green, it made a new high for the day. There's a cannabis play. So what are we getting? Is cannabis moving again? Take a look at MSOS. It is. So what sort of headline is, for your government, and I'm Canadian, so for your government, are they saying, yeah, we're going to legalize it now? No more ifs, ands, or buts. And of course, I'm kidding. If that were the case, then MSOS would be probably up about 10 points. What we were just talking about with the SMX guys. So here it is. I mean, look at it. It is challenged on the 2 minute anyway. It is challenged, and even on the 5 minute. It has challenged the VWAP a couple of times. The VWAP so far is stalling it. You know, AJ, I took your scan and I adjusted the volume to 300,000. It's kind of interesting looking at it, just for day trading opportunities. Let's take a look at the filters. I know that you had a bunch of them in here, but let's take a look at the filters that you're using. So new high of the day. So 5 and 20, 300 up, RSI between 40. So kind of, okay, oversold a little bit. And above the 20 SMA, okay. So if all these filter values, so for those of you who are new, here you can create your own scan based on your, and this is how Trade Ideas works. You can create your own scan. These are the filters in this particular case, and filters are ands. So in other words, the stock is between 5 and 20, and the current volume is 1, and the volume is at least 300,000 shares, etc. So all these values have to be met, and if all the values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's in this particular scan. This is from AJ. Okay, but that's the whole idea. Okay, of Trade Ideas. If you want to create your own scans, and now this is a new high of the day, but we have a whole bunch of different real-time alerts that you can use. New high of the day, new low of the day, new 5-minute high, 5-minute low, etc. I mean, there's hundreds of them. Why are there so many? Because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. We have a lot of different filters that you can use to combine to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for. Just to give you an idea, if I click on the search, all these icons, these all represent real-time alerts. Okay, different real-time alerts. When we get to these icons, these are all the filters you can use. But I don't like to show this that often because I think people get overwhelmed. If you're new, you're thinking, my goodness, how am I going to learn them all? The good news is you don't have to. You don't have to learn them all. I mean, the only reason there are so many, as I said before, is because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So when the company started back in, I think, 2003, they felt most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters that you see, so that for the majority of the customers, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But, me, I just use the new high, new low, and just a handful of those filters, and that's in 16 years with this product. Doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means for my trading style, I don't need them. But your trading style may be different. So don't think you have to learn them all. All right, guys. So Fubo, which is an earnings play, we do not have it as an earnings play. Our provider had it May 1st, but okay, Fubo is an earnings play, FUBO, and so it's above that high now. So the next high looking left is $14, a little over 14. Not saying it's going to get there, but at least that there's no daily chart resistance for it. It's the FUBO. Share surge on projection of positive free cash flow by fiscal 2027. Okay, Lunar was something I was looking at as a potential short earlier, but look at it now. LUNR. Look at it now. That whole number kind of really held it, and so we're at 23 now. The VWAP is it's 23.45 ish. Okay, so maybe it acts as a bit of a magnet. I mean, we wouldn't call this, the most best looking thing to trade, but it's been very active, of course. I don't think it really has that much to do with the market, the overall market, which is really, really just hanging around that VWAP. All right, guys. So what I want to do is I want to put my announcement up here. I'll just have to wait for Chris to show up in the YouTube room. I'll also put the YouTube link in here. So you can head over to YouTube to listen to Chris. He'll be there for between 12 and 1 Eastern time, so about 4 minutes from now. Sometimes he shows up just a little bit early. So this is the link to go to YouTube. Again, he's not there yet, but he'll be there shortly. And I'll put my announcement up here. Well, the last time I saw this one anyway, the WBY was challenging the VWAP. But look at that. Look how strong the VWAP was in order to prevent it from moving above it. NBIS, you've been talking about NBIS, Barry with a Y. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, it's a little expensive for me. I don't see these stocks, but yeah, I mean, it's 4%, big float, 175 million. Dutch stock. The next high is looking like it's got some room, 118. Yeah, it has some room, $5 to the next highs on the daily. It's funny though, the relative volume is only 0.93, so it is not that, I mean, it might be skewed by some of the, no, not really. But cannot dispute the fact that, I mean, it is up 4% on a day like, yeah, as you say, compared to the overall market. All right, I heard a little pop. I think that means Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, I'm going to take my break right now in the main room, putting myself on mute. So, you guys at 1 o'clock Eastern time. So, I'm muting myself now. And now I can recommend that everybody should spend the next hour listening to Mr. Christopher Varley from Trade Ideas, as there's all sorts of different pearls of wisdom. How about that?
Pearls and pearls.
Pearls and pearls. So, you have a nice little time off?
Yeah, it was a good week. Good weekend. Just the kids were off all last week, so it was a good week in general. I was not off all last week, but
no.
it was a nice long weekend, and I'm feeling recharged and rejuvenated today, Barry.
Excellent. Okay, well then there should be multiple pearls.
Absolutely.
All right, my friend, I'll take off now. We'll see you in about now. Do you have a meeting you have to go to
Nope.
at 1 o'clock? Or
I got nothing
no?
going on, Barry. You take your time.
Nothing going on. Come on, your life is a fantasy for most. Okay, I'll mute myself now before I say anything dumb.
I'll see you in a little bit, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody, as Barry makes his way to a break, I'll settle on in here. Looks like eyes are on my screen. Yes, we're streaming. We're looking good. So happy Monday to you all. Daryl, happy Monday to you as well. How you doing? Yeah, let's rock and roll, folks. Anybody got questions? Get those in for me. As per usual, this is a open forum. I don't do pre-done content. Rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions. And again, as I always say, I think that's best for you all to drive it in the direction you need, what you're looking for with software. That is where my expertise lie. Of course, as per usual, if nobody's going to have any questions for me, I will do my best to keep this informative and engaging relative to the software and the market itself. But selfishly, I like it much better when you folks are asking questions, giving me some topics, and going at it with that community vibe. So, all right, nothing coming in right away. Let's, I don't know, let's do something, right? We got to figure something out here. Let's, top 10. We'll go with the top 10 here on my two relative strength from the opens. Probably some overlap there. Yeah, you can definitely see a few overlaps at this point, but we'll check it all out here. So we got SMX. Interestingly enough, it gapped down this morning and made itself quite the reversal off that gap down and is going, let's just call it nutty at this point. Really small float, 2.58 million in that float. I'm going to guess this thing is reverse split several times. I'm going to be comfortable with going with several at a 900,000 lifetime high. I imagine this company doesn't have much staying power long term at this point, but we'll see. Well, I mean, who knows? Maybe they got some crazy news today that's going to put them back on the map and in a good position. After all, nearly touched $20 today. And that's coming from down here, wherever that was, a couple bucks. Yeah, so it's only up $5 right now, or $5 3/4 right now after that pullback. Struggling, bouncing underneath that 15 level right now. But I would suspect this is going to stay active all the rest of the day. Whether it's active to the long side or short side, that I couldn't tell you. But I would surmise that interest stays involved in this stock for the rest of the day here. And I won't be surprised if it also shows some interest tomorrow too, or show some volume and activity tomorrow too. Again, if we look back here, it's a 3+ year stock. So we can't even go back the full 5 years on this. And we can see just, kind of ridiculous here. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous here with this chart. So no long-term look or anything like that whatsoever. But that's SMX. MIGI. I feel like we've done this one in the past. This is going to be a low float that's gone kind of crazy in the past too. Yep, there we go. Without a question. Not all so very long ago. Again, definitely a reverse split here. The 1900 lifetime high. Small float, 5.31 in that float. But it's having itself a day considering the price of the stock here. After a pullback, it's up 51 cents. Good for nearly 30% there. So, yeah, MGI. Also, I'll note here, much like the last stock we looked at, it was flat. It wasn't doing a whole lot early on. Well, flat volume anyways, just kind of puttering along. And then volume really came into it. data processing, hosting. So who knows with that stuff? Lots of pump and dump scams out there, but you're on the right side of it. It doesn't feel like a scam. If you're on the wrong side of it, of course, it does. Let's move on. AGEN. So bigger float, by no stretch a big float, but bigger than what we've been watching at. Nearly 38 million in that float. I don't know. Maybe there was a reverse split in this. I'm not really sure at this point. It's hard to say. It's not unreasonable for a stock to have been at 150 bucks basically and back down to $4. We've certainly seen that before. But it's having itself a day here today. Volume coming in and out and back in and back out. Struggling at that $4 level. It's still up 67 cents. It's good for nearly 20%. So, 1.1 million shares traded on it. It's good relative volume. Not crazy liquidity. So I'm not sure that there'll be a lot of interest left in it the rest of the day. But never hurts if we're looking for ideas to keep it on the list going forward for the next hour or three. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And again, anybody with questions, please don't be shy. Interrupt, get those questions in. I see David's coming in. Hi, sorry, I'm new to this tool. What is the best way to notice new buy signals on a stock? I'm never a fan when someone asks what's best, because it's like going to a restaurant and asking what's the best food there. And I tell you it's the swordfish and you tell me you're allergic to seafood. And I guess, well, we're at an impasse. That's the best. And you don't like it. But what I can show you is there's only two spots for buy and sell signals. One, you could do it whether you're a premium member or a basic member or blue/elite, whatever we're calling it this week. So to get that, you're going to right click and make sure your chart is showing use browser interface. Make sure that's checked. If that is checked, then we're going to come to indicator manager right here. It's the bars with the squiggly line above them. And you're going to check TI wave, formerly known as the trade wave. We've decided to change it to TI wave. A little more applicable given that it's, trade ideas software. So that is one, and it has become extremely popular. I won't say it's best because some people love Holly, which I'll go over in just a moment. And Holly's part of premium. So, all right, David. So we'll get to Holly in a minute. But I will say that the trade wave, especially in the last 6 to 8 months, TI wave, especially in the last 6 to 8 months, has really, really come on in popularity even more. And essentially what it's doing is it's looking for EMA crosses in either direction, giving you sells with that S, Bs with that buy. If you happen to be on our production version and not our beta version, locating it's a little different. Let me go over what locating it would look like with that. Indicator manager. Let's get rid of you. There we go. Take your time. There we go. If you're on our production version, not our beta, you look for this FX instead to locate the TI wave, and it will be there instead. So you can see a TI wave there with the FX and not here with the squiggly lines if you are on the production version. There's no right or wrong whether you're on production or beta. Beta just has some new bells and whistles with it. We have, on occasion, we've got some bugs that impact certain people. They don't always impact everybody. So there's always some fixes if there was a bug that was impacting someone that's in the beta version. Again, no right or wrong whether you're beta or you're on the production, unless obviously you're one of those unfortunate people that was impacted or you just want to get into some of the newer stuff. I would say this: if you're new to the software in general, I wouldn't rush into the beta at this point if you haven't done it. There's no harm in doing it, but you're going to want to get the basics down before you start to get into any of the new bells and whistles and things like that. So with that said, trade wave, it's on the charts there. It works on all time frames for every single stock. I just don't have it on all my charts because I don't. But if I put the browser interface here, then you see it comes right on for my 5-minute chart as well. So depending on where you want to be as far as time frames go, that's a personal thing. I like daily and 60-minute charts because I'm a swing trader. I have a 5-minute chart up there just for display for, this purpose here when I'm streaming. But, I would never make any decisions based on a 5-minute chart because it's just not part of what I do as my trading plan whatsoever. But I like to be able to showcase the different time frames and so on and so forth. So that's your trade wave, or excuse me, TI wave. I got to get used to saying that. And here is a video. Now this video still calls it trade wave. I'll have an updated video sometime in the not so distant future. But for now, this covers the ins and outs of what I just went over. Pocket that for later, bookmark the link or whatever you want to do, because we're here now and we can answer questions now, obviously live, but just so you have something to reference later if you want to go back over this. Now, the number 2 place for signals. And again, I don't think one's necessarily better than the other. It's just a personal preference. There is Holly. So to locate Holly, we're going to go on the menu bar to new and look for premium AI strategy trades window. It's a mouthful. We're going to open that, and everybody's default is going to look a certain way compared to what I'm showing because I've set mine up to default how I want to showcase Holly when I'm looking at it. And you're going to want to go to filter and make sure that's set to none as a personal preference, because by default it puts you on any profitable trades, which then you're not seeing everything. A lot of Holly trades, they have what we call trade arounds very often. And what does a trade around mean? Well, Holly can make the alert. And if my chart ever decides to load, I'll go over exactly what I mean. But up until then, so Holly could make an alert. And let's just say, the alert happens and it's, kind of floundering around. And then all of a sudden it gets going, or, it makes the alert and it's in the money real fast. And then it gets back out of the money and it comes back into the money again. That's what we call a trade around. Stealing that coin from Jamie Hodge. And, it makes for a good watch list for the day. The catalyst that alerted early may still be there, just may not be working right this moment. And so that's where the trade around comes in. And I think watching all the alerts is beneficial to an individual. Again, some would agree, some would disagree, but that's what makes a market. And that's really the short and skinny of Holly. You can display different columns here. You can put sound alert for Holly. So if we right click, we're going to find these options. You right click and you go to columns. On the right side, you're going to have a master bank of columns, all the columns we offer. On the left side is what you are displaying or have selected. And so you could move things from right to left by clicking on it and then moving it over like that. And I encourage folks, go over, peruse through the columns, take a look at what's there. What you like today may not be what you like next week, so on and so forth. Go back and forth with that. Also, right click, actions, check play sound, sound setup. Most people like the text to speech where it's speaking out the tickers to you. Outside of that, asterisk, just put it on asterisk because asterisk, beep, exclamation, stop all basically sound the same. If you are a more advanced, savvy user of computers and programs in general, you use a custom sound. It's got to be a WAV file, and then find it from your sound files in Microsoft or in Windows. Sorry, didn't mean to say Microsoft. I was losing the word Windows is what I wanted to say. And that's the short and skinny of Holly. Of course, I can answer any other questions with Holly, and I have a Holly overview video that I'm going to share right now as well. Again, if you want to peel off and watch videos, that's fine. But I just always recommend people keep the videos bookmarked for later when we're not here live, and we can go, we can go over things live now, and later you can refer to the videos for yourself. So I take a pause for the cause for a moment. All right, nothing else coming in at the moment right now. One other part of Holly that I want to show. Barry's big on this, and for good reason. I'm not as much because I don't day trade, obviously, but I think it's important, and Barry loves to point this out, and rightfully so. There's what's called re-entries with Holly. So it's in the columns here. If we right-click and come back to columns, this is all in alphabetical order, too. We can find, let's see, re-entry price, re-entry time, re-entry stop price. And essentially what the re-entry is sometimes, Holly trades aren't working at first, and it gets stopped out, and it's out. But a re-entry is when it comes back, I think 75% above the stop loss is what it is. And it considers, maybe let's take a look at the trade again at this level here because we're rebounding. So yeah, just want to share that with the re-entry there. Barry's found quite the few set of gems with that over the years. And I know he's been kind of big on it over the last several months too, quite a bit. One thing to note that some side notes with Holly here, just for anybody that's curious about mechanics of, things behind the scenes or under the hood, because Holly is a black box, but there's things we can talk about with it. Holly has X amount of base strategies. I don't know, it's 50 something, 60, whatever it is. And they do all these back testing and optimizing nightly. And the ones that back test optimize the best come to the plate the next day to look at the whole market. And if something makes the cut or something, meets the strategy, gets alerted in real time. Lost my train of thought now. Can't believe that. Back testing, Holly makes the cut. This is where I was going with it. So when you get a market that starts to get real choppy like we're getting right now, it becomes very difficult for backtesting mechanisms and optimization mechanisms like this because, we start getting, let's just look at the SPY as just a general market proxy here. We get all this time, we're moving down. So back testing is going to look better on the short. Then we start moving up and then back testing looks a little bit better to this side. And then we start grinding a little bit sideways and back testing starts to get a little trickier that way. So, when we're trending, just truly trending up or truly trending down, and it's not up, down, sideways, the back testing and the optimizations become much more effective. Holly's going to find more interesting setups that way. And that's just something to keep in mind that really impacts all of that. What is the purpose of ad buy signals, stock races versus looking at the strategy trades, no filters? The stock race, because I'm going to guess you're in the Holly channel. Give me a second here to get that loaded. Let me get that out of the way. Let's see, docked window. Nope, sorry, opened the wrong thing. Apologize. Bear with me while I fumble through this here. Docked channel bar. I'm not sure, is it in the Holly long we get a race? So yeah, the race is just going to, I want to make sure I get on the right things first. The race is just going to simply show how those stocks are moving according to the race setup. The race setup on this is a delta value 15-minute change. So what's moving the most over the last 15 minutes up. So that's all it's doing right there. Just another way to look at the data and decide, what's going on with it right now. Is it zoom in and it zoomed past? Is it making a new move? Do I want to add to a position? Have I been waiting to get in? It's moving now accordingly. That's what the difference between just digesting it all differently. Yeah, that's the big difference. And the strategy trades, is just going to show you, it's just showing you, here it is. Here's the data. Here's what time Holly spotted it. Here's the price it spotted it at. And then, of course, whatever other columns you want to put there as well. And that's the big difference. No, getting to the finish doesn't trigger a buy per se. No. Just getting to the finish is saying, basically over the time of this race. So I think this is looking at 10-minute races. Over this 10 minutes, this is what has moved up the most over the last 15 minutes, essentially. And you'll see over the course of the race, again, assuming that stocks are, taking pauses, or one starts to move faster than the other, one slows down, so on and so forth, you'll see the stocks move themselves up and down the list, which one's ahead, which one's behind, so on and so forth. When I was day trading still, I was a big proponent of the races personally, just because I like the way the data is displayed. I'm very visual like that. Looking at a grid is fine when I can just go slowly stock by stock and assess the charts like that. The races kind of help me say, all right, these are the charts I need to be looking at, the top 3, top 4, top 5, however I want it to be. And you can change, with races in general, you can edit. If I come into the race setup here, I can change how many race lanes, and that's how many it's displaying. You can't do it while the race is active. You'd have to stop the race, and then you can make edits in here. The one thing with channels is you can't edit the channel. Like, you can edit it, but it won't save. You'd have to save it as your own channel afterwards. And it wouldn't really be a channel. It would just be creating your own layout, and you would call it that. I can go over that if you want, but I don't want to, inundate you with too much stuff to get at first, especially if, this is a first couple of days going on here. I also have videos that go over things go over creating layouts and different scans, conglomerates of scans, saving, editing, so on and so forth. So don't feel like if you don't get it today, number one, we do this every market day. When one of us isn't here, someone from support, Barry, is here. Barry can answer, basically everything as well, especially regarding these kinds of things. Plus, again, we have a multitude of resources of different videos for our Getting Started series and so on and so forth. So don't feel like, I got to get this all in today. I really need to understand all this, so on and so forth. Like I said, we're here to pick our brains quite a bit. So again, keep the questions coming. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. That's what I'm here for. No, don't be sorry, David. Don't be sorry. Keep the questions coming. Keep them coming. This is what we're here for. Look, as a company, if our subscribers are not doing well with the software, what the heck are we doing here, right? So we got to support you. We got to, get you there. Can't tell you what to buy and sell, but we can, as far as the software goes, get you up to speed with the software and its functions. And over time, you'll refine what is most important to you with the software, how to leverage it, and so on and so forth. That's the ultimate goal here. So the tree map here, just another way to display, that's all. And again, it's sorting it by what's up from the open the most. So, SPC is up the most from the open right now, and then followed so on and so forth, essentially. So let's click through some of these charts here. So looking at SPC. So, there we go, from the open, kind of just grinding along and moving along. PRGS, here we are continuing to move along. I do wonder, hold on. So I bet that some of these in here, from history. All right. So some of these here in the tree map, those are past Holly alerts that we continue to track because they're still up in the money. So important context to know. If we go in here and we right click it, we come to configure. Let's go to symbol list. So 60-day long today. Those are referring to Holly symbol list. So that's a list of symbols that are specific to those Holly entities like that, to those Holly alerts, I should say. So that's what's going on there. So lots of data. At first, I know it can be overwhelming. I've been in that seat. I was a Trade Ideas subscriber years before I came to work for the company. I had, no clue what I was doing at the beginning of it. So, little time, some videos, some live streams, and you'll be surprised how far you come, how quickly you come in like even just 3 or 4 days, to be honest. I have no idea there. Let me connect to the thing here. Maybe I have that too, profile. No, I just have whatever I've created in here. I'm outside of you creating those. I don't really know where that could have come from. Because I don't see anything that says fake in mine. Yeah, I'm a little lost on that. And if they put out a global setting, it should have hit me too. When I say they, I mean the dev team. Yeah, I mean, I can inquire with the dev team if they put something in there that says fake. I don't understand why they would do that, but I don't have it, so I can't really comment to it currently. Trying to pick my brain. I don't remember them discussing any of that. Let's see, looking at some of the charts, it looked like a lot of stocks show a buy signal at the end of the day. Is that normal? I'm guessing you're talking about the trade wave. I would say yes, it's normal because you're going to find a lot. What's blocking me here? There we go. What you're going to find a lot is there's a lot of action always in the last 15 minutes pushing stocks higher, essentially. And so that definitely causes a lot of buy signals to happen there. I'd say, maybe in this environment a little different, but all the same, you're still going to find quite a bit towards the end of the day where you get either sell off for sell signal or stocks moving up for that buy signal. So I'd say it's fairly common. Yeah. Something to then ask yourself would be, let's look at some stuff here. Let me see if I can find anything worth or as good examples. You get it here, and looking back, kind of long term, do we look like we're going to continue higher? That's a judgment call for everybody to make. Do I want to play it, hold it into the next day? This isn't exactly the greatest environment for holding stocks into the next day. Seen worse, but not great. It's certainly not great by any stretch of imaginations recently. And so those are things to consider, like, is it setting up for a nice continuation, to keep moving? Because in order for it to get the buy signal, it means that it has to have moved into an uptrend, or at least, a potential uptrend. It's looking at a potential uptrend. We're cruising along. Good session so far. Good session so far. Keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming, folks. Yeah, until anything else comes in, let's jump on a few more charts here of my relative strength from the open race. FUBU, I believe it's TV, right? They're a TV profile. Yep, TV, consumer first listed. Yeah, streaming. So yeah, good gap up and just kind of grinding away here. I will say, that I've got some decent setups going on for the day here, all things considered. Not a large float, 28 million in that float. Good liquidity, 5.1 million, and nice relative volume of 7. So that's looking pretty solid. Quite the short float there, 17% short float. But I would say this, looking at the long-term picture here, the shorts have no fear of what's going on at this point right now. None whatsoever. I know if I was short it, I would not be worried. Need to move that stock up another $10 before I'd be worried if I was short, because I'd imagine people are short it, a ways back. Just my 2 cents. But nevertheless, looking all right on the day trade scan there. FCUV. So FCUV looked good early for about 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. A bit of ripcord pulling. This thing, yeah, 600,000 lifetime high there. Yeah. So reverse split, obviously. But crazy volume, crazy liquidity. Can't argue those things. So it might be something worth keeping an eye on for the rest of the day. Who knows what could happen with 600K in the float? I mean, literally anything could happen at this point. Velocity Vault. All right, all right. Curious how are you managing it for the exits? And we'll keep ticking away on that. So SP, CE, both in the race, and Holly taking a look at SPCE today. Excuse my yawning, I apologize. So yeah, grinding along, gap up, good move, pull back, finding some footing here, grinding back towards that 3 level. Obviously not looking real hot over the last however long is what it is at this point. TURB. Who are you? What are you doing? So 60-minute chart looks like it's been pretty up and away-ish. Even a trade wave signal as well with it. And look pretty decent, all things considered. Not exactly, it's a small price stock, so 10 cents, go to just over 3%. A gap down, and it's reversed, and it's filled the gap actually. So that's interesting. Gotcha. Are you using trade wave for exits, or are you using ranking and trailing stops for exits? And let's keep going here. Let's keep going on BTDR. So just a real strong opening, 2 5-minute bars, and then a fade afterwards. Larger float, 139 million in that float. We haven't seen a float that big here so far. Decent liquidity, no real volume at this point. Again, data processing. I hear all data processing, hosting, blah, 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 blah. And the first thing that comes to my mind always is AI. So, but I will say these last few get less interesting than the first few. PRFX. So 60 some odd cents on $2 stocks. I'd say that's pretty jiggy with it there. It's up 13% from the open, but 30 from the close. So that's, the gap here, moved up, came down, defended the gap up, and is grinding, trying to grind itself back towards high of the day again here. So it's been able to recapture the VWAP and stay above it for those that keep that kind of score, see what it can or can't do. Obviously, again, long-term, hot garbage, but we're not talking about long-term here. We're just talking about some day trades, some possible day trades. SIDU. 60-minute topping shadows. So it's going to be some pullbacks here on that 5-minute chart when we get it. Yeah. So, trying to make a move up, gives it up, make a move up, gives it up. So kind of stuck here right now. Move up, pull back, move up, pull back, and kind of just sitting back below that high of the day level there. But again, very good liquidity, very good relative volume, so it could be worth keeping an eye on. Satellite telecommunications. Yeah, it could be worth keeping an eye on the rest of the day here. Again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please get those questions in. These are meant to be me answering questions as a Q&A versus me just kind of randomly rambling on about charts and whatnot. But again, we want to keep this informative and engaging when the questions aren't coming in. All right, so we're chilling. So, all right, let's take a look at the other top 10 here. MLEC. So we didn't see that yet. I don't think there's anything too special here. Yeah, gap up. Really, a lot of topping and bottoming shadows. Very tough, very tough. It may be possible, but you'll have to ask Barry when he comes back, because I'm not Barry. If you're looking for his stuff. If you're looking for what I have here, I mean, I can share these races with you, and you could do what you want with them from there. No, all good, all good. File load from cloud. So I'll share these races with you. That's all I'll have for momentum to share. I don't know if it's really momentum. I'm just looking at stuff that's up, trying to find stuff up the most from the open, some various other things involved. But you go through the races and decide yay, nay, kind of yay, kind of nay. All right, so this first one will be actually the one on the left. They're very similar, just the slight differences, slight variations. This one, second one will be the one on the right. I mean, this is for anybody that wants these cloud links to it. Load up those scans. Just be sure to save them. And just real quick to kind of cover here, let's look at the underlying top list, because that's where part of the juice comes from. So let's open the top list for the one that's on the right. This is the second one I shared. We come to the configure. Specific filters. Let's get rid of the extra stuff we don't need. And so we're looking at stocks that have traded at least 400,000 shares on the day. They're between $2 and $30. They've got to be 85% above their lower Bollinger Band. And the one I share, because of there's a custom with this here with this volume. It's using a 5-minute volume, but it's the same exact concept. All I'm trying to do there is find stocks that are consistently, trading. I don't want to see stocks that trade 40,000 shares in a block, then they don't trade for 20 minutes, and they trade another 30,000 shares, and they don't trade again for another 35 minutes or something like that. I don't want to see stocks like that, because you can find plenty of stocks like that that are just trading big blocks and don't trade very often. It's just huge blocks come through and then it stops. So they've got a lot of liquidity, but it's just when those blocks come through. So that's why I use that. I use the Bollinger Band in the spirit of John Bollinger, who originally created them for a momentum. So, Bollinger Bands, for those that don't know, you get a 20 SMA and you take 2 standard deviations above the 20 SMA, 2 standard deviations below it. Break of the top band is momentum upside. Break of the lower band is momentum lower side. I am fully aware. I know that it's very popular for people to see a break of the lower band and look for a revision to the mean for a long, or a break of the top band and look for a revision to the mean short. I'm aware of that. John even uses them like that as well. But I just was looking for a different way to try to find momentum. And so I used, stocks that are moving up towards the top band as momentum in hopes that momentum continues. So that's what I did there. Then I sort them, change from the open, whatever's up from the open the most out of the stocks that meet that criteria, they go to the top of the list. And then as far as the race itself goes, we're taking them on a total of change from open, not a delta on the change from open. So it's the stocks that are simply the most up from the open period. They're going to win races. They're going to be at the top of the list, so on and so forth. So that's what I did there. On the second race here, underlying top list, let's open that up. And in that configure, we are going to have very simplistic, but a little more volume's got to be in there. 500,000 shares traded on the day, higher price for the minimum at 8, keeping at the max of 30, and same thing with the volume there. And then, of course, we're just sorting it all exactly the same as the other. You're up the most from the open, you get to the top of the list, / the top of the scan, the race, and in the race setup, again, same idea here. Total on the descending, change from open. Both races run 3-minute races. The reason behind that, I have a logical reason, is when I was a day trader, I liked 5 minutes and 15-minute charts. 3 5-minute races equaled 1 15-minute bar. So that was my logical reason behind it. kept it to 10 lanes. I figured that's enough stocks. I don't need to try to look at more than that. It's too much for my brain to try to go through stocks, trying to go through 30, 40, 50, 60 stocks, and I'm looking at momentum, just too much for my brain. So that is what I did with those. Won't say it was right or wrong. Full disclosure, when I first started really using the races, I wasn't really day trading at that point anymore. I was swing trading, but the races intrigued me. It felt like I was seeing things a little better with them. It was also the beginning-ish of 2022 when we were starting, the underlying of the market was becoming bearish, especially when you looked at market breadth and stuff like that. And so I was like, let me, I've come a long ways in the swing trading. Let me start to try to apply on a shorter time frame what I'm doing swing trading to day trading. And I had decent success for 8 to 10 months. I want, August, September, October, something like that. This is back in 2022. So, 4 years ago. Exact timing, I don't have. But I was having all right success with the day trading finally. And then I just wasn't. I didn't change anything. It just all of a sudden it wasn't working. I was handing back the gains that I had again. And I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to stick to the swing trading. It's more my speed. That's all there is to it. I can take smaller share sizes, wider stops, let things run longer. I just feel like I can manage my risk swing trading much better than I can manage my risk with day trading. That's the way it is for me. That doesn't make it right or wrong. It's just me. And that was that. But I leave the races up there because I'm still a big proponent of the races, quite honestly. I did not. Browser interface. There we go. Now I'm still a big proponent of the races. I still like what they do. I still believe in them, what they stand for. I understand that's not for everybody. We've gotten some very mean emails about them. I've got some very nice emails about them. To each their own. I don't see any reason to be mean, but some people, it makes them feel better to be mean to other people. So if that's what you need to feel better, by all means. I just feel sorry for your home life. Not everything's for everybody. Is there a way to take my stock watch list and have it alert me during the day instead of going through it manually? Well, what you could do is you could build a simple alert window and then attach it to a list of stocks you want to look at. I think when you're building alert windows that are watching a specific set of stocks, you don't need a whole lot going on in the alert window because your universe of stocks is so small anyways. We go, new alert window. Of course, it's going to have defaults in here that it starts with. So go to Windows specific filter, get rid of all those defaults that you don't want to use in there. Come to symbols lists. You're going to go to add existing list. Look for your list in here. It's all in alphabetical order. Anything you create is going to have a personal with brackets like we can see right here. You'd add that list and then you'd put a check mark in it. So, I liked, for example, and then you'd set it to only the following list. Now the scan's only going to look at those stocks. That's it. Come back to search, figure out what you want to be getting alerted for. Or do I want to see they're making new highs with maybe a little bit of volume, up a certain amount for the day, from the open, the close, so on and so forth. However you want to design it from there. And then if any of the stocks on your list meet what you set up in the alert window there, you get the alert. And again, I would generally say, and I mean, everybody's different depending on what they're looking for and how big their universe of stocks is and so on and so forth. But at the beginning, less is more with the filters. That's just my 2 cents, because you can keep tightening up filters. You can add filters, tighten the values. Maybe you're only starting with a min value or a max value. Now you want to have a min and max value to start to it's still alerting me even on those stocks a little too early or a little too late. So then you just begin to refine it from there essentially. Yeah, you got it. Happy to help with that. Good stuff. This is the kind of stuff we're here for, These little things can make a big difference in a user's experience. And again, the ultimate goal here is get you savvy with the software, and hopefully that software savvy gets you making money in the market. At the end of the day, if people don't make money with the software, Not going to stay subscribers very long. That's not good for us. Oh, there's something. Oh, this popped in my brain. For those that decide to go down, the real advanced forms of things, they want to create their own strategies for automation. I'm sure there's a school of thought out there. I've had this discussion with other users. I never heard back from them afterwards, but having a universe of stocks to have your scans automate on, that may be a way to go. I'm not positive, don't quote me on it, but I believe there's a group of users out there that, they update their symbol list and their universe, daily or nightly, however they do it or whatever, and that they automate some strategies just based on that constantly updated list, essentially. So stocks doing XYZ today get on the list for tomorrow. And if they meet the scan that they're now attached to tomorrow, they get traded in XYZ way based on the alert window and how that's all set up. That, starts to go into the really advanced stuff. But for those that are willing to put in the work, it is rewarding without a question. There's no magic money machine out there, but there are, ways to really leverage your hard work and the data and make it work hard for you while you're working hard to get it as well. So I'll go ahead and, where's my mouse? There we go. There's my cursor. So does Money Machine cost more money? Yes and no. So right now it's in a paper trade only mode and all premium users get it. And when the live connection comes, it's going to be an add-on. The original price for the add-on discussed was $5,000 a year. I don't know if that's changed at this point. It's been a lot of years in development. It became a much larger undertaking of the project, the plumbing, how this all works, than we even thought. We thought it would be really a lot, and it was even more than we believed it would be. And along the way, things didn't go how we thought they would with certain things. With all that said, that's what I can share for now. There's no date for it to go live right now. There was a wait list that opened, it'll be 2 years ago in October. And so it'll be kind of a component to how we phase people in, because it's intensive. It is an extremely advanced tool, extremely advanced tool. So it'll be when it goes live. Again, there's no date for it going live at this point. It'll be offered to those people that originally had signed up almost a couple of years ago at this point. We'll have a bit of a vetting process to make sure that they should really be using a tool this advanced and that it's not going to be a danger to them. And then we will scale people on from there, essentially. But one of the things we're going to want to see is that people can demonstrate a high level of understanding and use of it. And that's where the paper trading part of it comes in. We're not going to just let someone subscribe and say, oh, I have no idea what I'm doing with trading in your software. I'm going into the money machine. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not going to fly. It's a protection for you folks more than anybody else. With the money machine, we'll have some canned scans that are in there, but they're not tested and proven. They're really meant to be templates and guidelines for people to then do their own testing and, undertaking of them and how they work and the ins and outs of them and so on and so forth, and whether it is even right for them or not right for them, essentially. So that is my long, short, and skinny for the money machine. But I'd highly encourage folks, get in it, get involved. Paper trading, nothing to lose paper trading, right? Only knowledge to gain, only experience to gain. We did recently release some new money machine features. It took me a minute to get up to speed on them. I'm hoping in the not so very distant future to have some time to make videos for those. I'll probably do them all as separate videos, because if I were to just do there's some early money machine videos that are out there and they're already long enough as it is. And that's with me doing my absolute best to keep them as short as possible, because nobody wants to sit and watch 30-minute videos. I'll segment these videos out for the specific features within the money machine themselves as I get some time allocated to do those. So let's see what else we got going on. I think I got to everything as far as questions. Hopefully I did. Yeah, it looks like it. Started just scrolling back and taking a look here. Sometimes things come a little quick and not that I'm not paying attention, but they scroll off the screen before I see them. But I think we're good to go. Yeah, this kind of catches my eye right now. We've got new lows overtaking the new highs based on 30-day highs and lows. That includes weekends. Market really just kind of chopping around at this point. Had a fairly solid opening 60 minutes. I like to watch 60-minute charts. Let's pull up the SPY. When I say the market, generally I'm looking at the SPY. So, yeah, had an all right 60 minutes up, then took 60 minutes down, and kind of just running this way for now. You can see that a little better played out on the 5-minute chart. Differently played out at the topping shadow there on the 5-minute chart. Came back down, tried to get back up. And a big nothing burger to this point. So chop, chop, chop. Chop and slop, chop and slop.
I just went to Investopedia. I don't see chop and slop.
No, I'll contact them right away.
Yeah, I mean, is this
a
technical term I'm not familiar with?
That is a technical industry standard term.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let me just a minute. I scratch that down. Chop. Ask why, demand the reason. Okay, I'm going to call them or contact them and figure out like what the heck is going on, because that's a pearl. That was one of your
Send them a strongly worded email.
Yeah.
Where is my chop and slop?
Oh, that'd be, imagine having a restaurant called Chop and Slop.
For some reason, weird names like that do well, assuming that the food would be tasty anyways.
Exactly. Well, like fat burgers. I mean, fat burgers,
Yeah.
But it certainly was, I don't know if they're still around, but they were certainly popular for a while.
It's those gimmicky kind of names. Just got to have the food to back it up. David, very happy to help. Barry's, if you're sticking around, Barry's coming in hot here. So
coming in hot.
Yeah, I wouldn't sleep on Barry's knowledge, that's for sure.
Okay. All right, Chris, thanks so much. Now, did I see that you're going to be doing, or it's Andy tomorrow, right?
I think Steve said him tomorrow.
Oh, Steve tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. I think Steve.
Okay,
so it goes Steve
Dan
and
is
Andy,
off
then
on
me.
Wednesday.
Yep.
Yeah, Dan is off on Wednesday, and then this is it for you. You're not going to do Thursday or Friday, obviously. Okay.
I'm not planning on it, but listen, you never know.
You never know. Trade ideas, exactly. Well, thanks for spelling me. Do appreciate it, and
always
have a great rest of the week.
You as well, good sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Okay, guys, give me a moment as I recapture the screen in our YouTube room. Get live in our main room. And get rid of the announcement. And of course, one last thing, get my music going. Hopefully you're still in that short, the MIAX short. Hopefully you're still in it. There's no reason to get out yet. I had something to say. I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, William, yeah. What is your idea about staying after I leave today? How long are you going to stay, if at all? I don't know if you've already mentioned it. Whoa. MGRT went crazy. All right, so William says he's gonna stick around from, 3:30 to 3:45, okay? So I'm be taking off sometime probably between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but, yeah, I'll be, but William will keep the room open after I leave, at least till 3:30, maybe to 3:45. I think a lot depends on you guys, you know what? If you guys, have questions or not just questions, but just, have some action in the room. So, William, let's take a look at that MIAX short. Okay. So, right now, there's no reason to get out of it. Okay. I'm not now, there's no reason. I mean, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at the sell flag there, and I'm looking at the trend. As we speak, there's no real reason to get out of this short. I mean, the minute it might, the minute it would, I know what you want to do or will do. I mean, the minute it takes a little bit of a pop up, sure. But boy, oh boy, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get down here, but there's the VWAP, $41 or so. That's the VWAP. Could act as a bit of a magnet. Now, I know it had, yeah, here's the issue now. See what that spread, 48.61. But, I shouldn't tell you how to trade, but I'm just looking at the wave right now. Well, let's see now. SMX. Now, this one, this PFSA, PFSA, sorry. Possibility, guys. I mean, look at. I mean, I'd have to shrink this down a little bit, but that actually is a pretty good consolidation pattern. Okay, look at the 5 minute. You can see how it's just kind of a tight range. There's no volume. You can see how the volume has dwindled. But if we get some volume coming in, I mean, look at the volume. Profuse volume for this Profusa. 214 million shares have traded, guys, with 1 point. I don't know. Is that a record? We have a float turnover 162. I wonder if that's a record since we've been, having the float information and all. I don't recall one this high, turning the float over 162 times. I mean, it's possible that there's been one more, but boy, oh boy. But my point is, if the volume picks up again, and maybe pops through pops the stock through two, this could go on one of those late day afternoon runs. The weekly high is on 434, and the daily high is around $3. So there would be certainly room if it can get some volume to come in, pop it up, and then maybe take a run at that 3 level. But that is great consolidation, really. I mean, that's really, really good, and it's over the VWAP, so you don't have to worry about it having to get through the VWAP. It's over the VWAP. Now, listen, I don't know what's going to do this, of course. I have no idea if it's going to actually get some volume coming in and pop it through, get the enthusiasm back, but that is a stunning amount of volume. Still, relative volume is 1,600 times normal up to this time of day. All right, MKC. Let's see what this one is doing. MKC. Oh, good. Okay, well, the spread tightened up a little bit, 50-58 now for the MIAX. Tighten up a little bit. He's got to crack that. He's got to crack that 50. All right, guys, 108. So one last look at my homepage, including all the scans, races, etc. You can have that I'm sharing. All right, now this could be the last day. Okay, now sometimes there's a 1-day extension, but I think this is in theory this is the last day for the promo. You can get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription using my promo code Barry25, and that works for both of our plans, our standard and our premium plan. Okay, both the monthlies there and the annual there, of course, for both of those plans. All I ask is that you use my code, whatever it is, in the future, if you're going to take out a subscription anytime in the future. Why? Because it helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room. Those of you in YouTube, there is another room. It's free. It's called the Trading Room. The company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they say, okay, we'll keep these rooms free. There's obviously some interest. Okay. Now, again, for those of you on YouTube, there is another room. It's called the Trading Room. It is also free, but there are about 3 bonuses. Bonus number 1, a lot more interaction amongst other traders. Okay. In YouTube, it's mainly kind of a sit and watch and listen, which is okay. But there's not that much interaction, very few postings. In this room, a lot more postings, a lot more interaction amongst traders. Number 2, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for come into a pre-market room, here it is. I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you very much. Live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's a little early for me. So that's why Obi opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I get on the mic, both rooms at 9. But then when I do leave, I usually leave, sometimes between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later for questions. But William usually keeps this room open later after I do leave, the trading room open later after I do leave. And he's indicated today it'll be sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. So this room is usually open, say, from 6:45 all the way to 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So so definitely some benefits for being in this room. Okay. And if you scroll down a little bit more from my homepage, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, so there is the trade of the week. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. And the education section. So if you do take out a subscription or you're wondering about taking out a subscription, please click here in the more info. So this is mandatory. For those of you who are taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this. This is 12 short videos to get you started. That's why it's called Getting Started with Trade Ideas, covering the main elements of the program. But if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, you can start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not something you might want to try. Again, I don't think people like that are in this room, but just not another person. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea how to trade. I don't know your program at all. I took out an annual subscription. Please refund me. I just don't understand. I got to admit, guys, I just don't understand why people would do that. Especially taking an annual subscription up front. But anyway, that's why you should take a look at this. Start off with that second video. Go to the end. I mean, I'm not saying you're not going to be an expert with trade ideas, but at least it'll give you an idea about what the program's all about. okay? And whether or not it might not be a good fit for you. And if you're new to trading, back to basics, this is for you, a free series of videos, 15 of them, all free for those of you who are new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans, so my races, scans, etc., you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. This is the large cap race, where we saw the MIAX. That's where I saw the MIAX earlier, large cap race. This is a wide open volatile race. Upside versus downside movers right here. Or look at Tesla. Pre-market actors up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes is here. And then here are 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, a momentum scan, a cap scan, Pepe combo scan, and the William up and down scan. I don't have them up and running now. That doesn't mean that, at the end of the week or next week or in 2 weeks, maybe I bring back one of them. But right now, I'm satisfied. This is what you guys see here. That's it. This is what I'm using to generate my ideas all day long. That's all. That's what I'm using. Nothing else. Consistency spike in our YouTube room has in big caps said hood. Okay, let's take a look at hood. I'm assuming you're talking about on the way down. So hood is now through the VWAP. It's making its way down through the VWAP. Is this something new? Like a new headline? New Jersey regulators cannot prevent Kalshi from offering sport event contracts as court. Were companies like Hood? I see. So that is basically the competition. So there's Hood with competition and interactive brokers. Even Goldman Sachs peddling the projection market. Okay, let's take a look at IBKR. Is that one moving down? That's my broker. Yeah, so it looks like that news is fairly. I mean, I'm seeing at 12:44. What time is it now? 1:15. Let's see what time that was. Yeah, that's sort of the beginning of the end, a little bit. What you see here, Van Dizzy, these 2 races and this. I mean, I'm not looking for. This is more information for me. Okay, the Halts resumes the odd time it might set up that I'll take the trade, but these 2 races and this scroll here, that's what I use. That's all I use. Find my information about ideas to trade. Obviously, not everything. There's so many that obviously I'm not. Not everything is tradable, but I like the way it. Again, I've been talking about this PFSA. I don't know if it's going to do this, but I mean, if it gets some volume coming in, or maybe pops through too, this could be one of those late day runners. Could be. Now, I do have the AI. I should say that I do, but the AI has been nothing for me today. I mean, I do have the AI also but that doesn't give me very many alerts over the course of the day, so it's easy enough for me to just take a glance at them. And this got resumed, and then it just got halted again in the HTCO. Wow. This was shortable for me too, 122,000. Didn't realize it. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna cycle through some of the ones that won races earlier to see if there's anything interesting happening. Especially maybe something that's coming into the VWAP from the top, maybe it's gonna hold. Obviously, WeBuy is not one like that. SMX has, been kind of trying to get through the VWAP, but has not been successful for a while. MAXN, hanging under the VWAP. Sort of a broken record right now. SCUV hanging under the VWAP. MLEC. This one is over, though. You see, here's the difference. PFSA, at least it's over the VWAP. Doesn't mean it's going to maintain that, but at least the other ones are all under. This has been maintaining over the VWAP for a long time now. The one under the VWAP. Miggy under the VWAP. ADTX. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? There's only one right now in this list. That's what makes it, to me, a little bit more special. Okay. And that's why I've got a price alert set just over $2, just in case. Now, if it takes out the VWAP on the way down, all bets are off. And it's not shortable for me at Interactive Broker, so I could not do anything with it. Let's take a look at these ones. Now, these ones should be over the VWAP. Well, I shouldn't say that. They could have had big pullbacks. William, the BGC would have been an awesome one to let you know. Yeah, most of these. So you can see that here's beta. Now, beta is getting close to the VWAP. Will it hold it? It looks like it's trying to. This has got some room. The Trevi's got some room, 1330 or so, but for me, it's got to get through that whole number. If it does that, then, it sort of reduces the amount it could go until it hits that high. I just have a real thing about not taking a stock under the whole number. But it doesn't look bad. It's curling a little bit, but I just won't do it. Ooh, now here's the interest. Wow, I didn't see this one earlier. BMNR, Bitcoin play, I guess. Yeah, it must be. The ETH, not Bitcoin, so ETH. Hey, William, I'm sure you're not still in this, but I was hoping you might be. You see how the wave is now driving it down again? I would have taken some off here. I know you got in. Oh, you're out of it? Okay. I think the issue that I had with it also was the spread at one point kind of widening. When I took this one long, the spread was basically good most of the time. let's keep going down this list. So the BMNR, that was an awesome short. Right on that VWAP break. You see, see how it was holding the VWAP for quite a while? Look at a 5-minute chart. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's in a day trading, that's an eternity, 40 minutes trying to hold the VWAP. And eventually it just couldn't do it, and boom. And your VWAP is around 2055. So, not a bad little move, but a 50-cent move down. And who knows how much further, if at all, but a nice move. How about the board, BW? Well, here's one that's trying to hold the VWAP. See how it's come down? BW, it's trying to hold the VWAP. So, I mean, here's a stock that's what, 1713, okay? And the VWAP's at around 17. So, you put your stop around 17, just under the VWAP, and you take the trade and you see what happens. Now, the market has just been all over. Well, again, this looks worse. If I tighten this up, it probably won't look as worse. Maybe it will. But the thing is, it's been hanging around the VWAP most of the day. Take a look at ALM. So again, if you're new to the platform, but a little bit new to trading, I mean, you can kind of see how a watch list like this that's developed for you could be something you could watch all day long. Not as volatile as this, but definitely, if find a way to trade them. Not every one of them. I'm not saying every one of them, but you kind of go through and say, I like the look of that. So here's another one. Look at MDA space. I mean, it right into the VWAP about 1, 2, 3, 4 times or so, and so far that VWAP is holding it. Some volume came in. And again, you want that VWAP line on your chart? Just let me know. It's easy to put on. It's just an indicator. It's either one of two ways you do it, depending on what type of chart you're using. We've got two different types of charts. If I right click on this chart, and I've got use browser interface checked, and the reason I do that is because I want to see the wave. You have to have that checked, and then to add, say, the VWAP or other indicators, you just click on the indicators. You find the VWAP right there, and you just follow the. I want it in the main chart area. You pick a color. I've picked this mauve, and that's it. You add it, and that's it. Okay. If you're using the other types of charts, right click. You see how use browser interface is not checked. Then you click on indicators again. It's just a slightly different presentation of the menu. That's all. But you just go down, and here's the VWAP down here. It's the same principle. You can add it if you want. Notice I have. Well, I've only got one indicator on these charts. And on my daily chart, I do have the 200-day moving average, and that's it. And that's not a recommendation to do what I do, but that's just what I do. No. So Ratna, you cannot. Well, no, you cannot. Okay, your question is, I'm new to the platform. Can I integrate AI strategies to Brokerage Plus? No. Brokerage Plus, the AI strategies are meant to be manually. I mean, you can trade them in Interactive Broker or in Brokerage Plus. You can click on the symbol, and it'll load into the platform, so you can trade them there. But if you're talking about, are you talking about auto trading them? I mean, if you're just talking about, clicking on a symbol and having it load into Brokerage Plus, sure, and then you can trade it. If you're talking about auto trading, no. The only auto trading you can do is if you create your own strategy, then you can auto trade your own strategy. But there's no auto trading the AI. Believe me, if I thought auto trading was the way to go, I would be doing it. But I'm just a person who wants to click on the alert. I want to see what's happening, quickly size up the situation, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade the stock. And if it runs a couple of pennies on me, from the original alert, it should not be the end of the world. And so that, in my opinion, is the best way to use the AI. But it's not been a good day. I mean, there's one space is mildly positive. Tough day, tough day. And I mean, when you get these days, I mean, the market is on, obviously, not saying anything that people don't know. The market is, well, sitting, it's jittery. Okay, jittery. Ooh, remember Kodak from last week? Kodak had a well, actually about three last week and the week before, and even the week before that. It was a great move for Kodak. Now Kodak is just below the high of Thursday, but it's above the close. Let's put a price alert in that high and see if it takes that out. And if it does that matter? Well, let's take a look at the monthly chart. I think I have to go back to 2021 before we saw highs. Yeah, back to 2021, February 2021. It obviously could have been some days in this month, but we're talking about over 5 years ago now. Well, the Holly system is pretty simple. This is it. Okay. Now you don't have to jump in. If now are you a standard subscriber right now, Heroic, or are you just a? And I'll show you this a little more detail. But are you a standard subscriber right now, or you're thinking about buying trade ideas and including the AI or Holly, which is our premium service? So I know I've asked two questions. Are you a subscriber now? I'll wait for your answer. Okay, so you are a subscriber now, but you don't have the AI. That's what you're. So you're wondering, should you upgrade from standard to premium? Well, this is what it looks like. I mean, this is the way to track them. Oh, you're in the free. Oh, I see. So you really don't have the program. I mean, you have a sense about what it's all about, but you really don't have the program. Okay. Well, I mean, today is not a good day. Let's flat out just say it's not a good day. But this is what it kind of looks like. Okay, you wait for the alerts to happen. You do not get an alert until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. There happened to be two today, but very light day. Space is then okay. It's up by 2.7%, but I mean it's not what I would call a great day. That's what it kind of looks like. You just wait for the alerts to happen. If you don't have any trading experience, though, I mean, you really should have some trading experience because you might look at Orca as an example. Okay, so Orca, yeah, the alert was to go long at 58.26. Okay, obviously, if you had to stop, it means you did take it. You might be looking at this and going, okay, maybe I'm going to start looking at this as a potential bounce at some point. Okay, just because it didn't work early on, maybe it'll set up. Though I mean, it looks pretty bad right now. But you could have gone short. You could have said, you know what, break of the VWAP up here. If you have any trading experience, the break of the VWAP up here was pretty dynamic. It hung around the VWAP, that purple line, for quite a while, and then finally it broke down, and I wouldn't say it was smooth, but the trend was certainly down. So just because it was a suggestion to go long doesn't mean that the AI is right, but it's like a watch list then. It's giving you, right now it's giving you three to look at all day. But it's a tough trading day. If you're just a starter, then what I would do, if you're just a beginner, is if that's what you mean, then this is what I would do. Okay, before you hop in and buy any sort of a program, ours included. Okay, you go to my home page. See, again, the program is called Trade Ideas. It's fantastic for generating ideas of stocks that meet your criteria. Okay, but if you get a stock that meets your criteria and you click on it and you look at the chart and you have no idea what it's trying to tell you, then it's useless to you. Okay, I don't want to be harsh, and that's to anybody who's listening. So if you do click on my homepage link, then you scroll down, you see the education section right here, more info. Then you scroll down a little bit more. Back to basics. These are 15 videos, all free, designed for people who are new to trading. Okay. And also we do have a simulator. You need our standard service, but you can use our trading simulator, which uses our real-time data, and you can practice trading using our real-time simulator before you commit money to the market. But just to jump in, again, I'm not talking to you specifically, Heroic, I'm just talking in general. Just to jump in to buy this program, to think it's as Chris always says, I mean, it's not a buy now, get rich scheme, okay? It is not. It's all about controlling your emotions. But we're in a tough market. I mean, tough market again, the market's so darn jittery, and rightly so. All right, how about UPBD? UPBD, yeah, I mean, I don't like that look right there, but anyway, yeah, and you look left. I mean, to me, there's just too much potential resistance when I look left. So I don't like it. Probably a good exit then for you, William. I'm looking at the MIAX. Thought maybe it might get a little bit closer to maybe the 4130s, but nope. So you've been talking about Biogen outside my price range, but let's say, so you're looking for a bounce, 170.78. Okay. Well, it broke down through, was that Tuesday's low, which was 171.35. So it's below that. On a weekly chart, the next low is, well, it's almost right there, 170, and then the next low after that is 159. There's a lot of room underneath Biogen if it takes this out with this 170.79, which is kind of where you're looking at. I see what you're looking at. You're maybe hoping that this holds right there. Boy, the last time I saw Sky Q, I was thinking about taking it over $5, and then it just dropped. Now I'm seeing it's over 5 again. Yeah, like it dropped all the way down to what, 470. I mean, not a huge drop. Wish I'd been paying a little more attention. Look at the VWAP. Look at that VWAP, guys. Look at the break of that flat VWAP, and look at the break. And since it broke the VWAP, almost straight up. What is MGRT is just resumed again. MGRT, yeah, it was mega fortune. Yeah, we saw this one few days ago. Well, a few days ago. That was back in February, and then a couple of days ago, doing its thing. Look at the float, 3.7. Actually, look at the volume. The volume is terrible. 137,000 shares, and it's doing what it's doing. However, look at and I was just wondering, what is the spread like? Terrible spread, of course. 2370. I mean, it tightened a little bit, but it's a terrible spread. The difference between the bid and the ask. Now, look, I mean, I know the spread probably was bad right back down here at 15. And we know it was going to do this, sure, you take it, but we don't know it's going to do that. Boy, this stock is just getting trashed again. Figs, it had a big move a few weeks ago, going from $11 up to 17, kind of peaked up here, but now it's starting to really drop and it's taking it on the daily chart. I mean, there's obviously not a lot of support now. $11 is the next low. Not saying it's getting there, but it does not look good. How's Fig doing? Not much better, guys. IPO'd back here, got up to 145. This was the Adobe killer, up to $143, $21. I mean, look really good as an IPO. Don't look at this. This was trading as, this company had Fig as a symbol, stopped trading back in 2025 or something. And so this company took that symbol over when they did their IPO. But wow, just imagine. I know SpaceX is supposed to do an IPO. Oh, well, They filed for a, I don't know what that means exactly. I know what it means. I don't know what that timeline would mean then regarding, I know they sort of filed something. Well, this NCNO, I mean, big day on Wednesday, earnings release, I guess. Yeah, earnings release. There was a reaction right here. Big pop up. Could not hold. Got up to 1848. Closed down here at 1660. Tried to get made a little bit of a move on Thursday, and now another little bit of a move on today, over the high of Thursday. Yeah, actually, what's the volume like? Obviously has room. I mean, there's your there's your next daily high, 1844. So there is some room for NCNO. A big, not a low float, not excessively high. It's 109 million. Oh, no kidding. That's a fairly recent look at, yeah, Sky Q. You're right. Well, here it is right here. So if you're looking for a more traditional way of using trade ideas, I mean, this is not the most traditional way, okay? But these are real-time alerts, okay? Basically, it's taking two competing scans, stocks moving to on the upside versus stocks moving to the downside. There are some filters in place, but anything in green is a new high of the day. Anything in red is a new low of the day. So this is more of a typical use of. Let me just break out one of the scans. So this is what one scan is looking for. Uh, these are the filters that it's using, and if stock makes a new, and it also works in the pre-market and the post-market. So it's looking for stocks between 50 cents and $30, 300,000 shares traded. The volume in the last minute is at least 300% of normal, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. And the number of new highs, I thought I took this out, but I didn't, obviously, is at least 25. And then it takes this, and then it basically, for the ones in red, it flips this. And what do I mean by flip? Well, you can flip a new high to a new low. You can flip all these to new lows. You can flip the stock was up at least 2% from yesterday's close. You can flip that to be down 2%. So Matt, you could have two alert windows side by side, or you can have it like a compare count and get a ticker. It's up to you. It's a different way of presenting our data, but again, this is all real-time data. And I don't care about the cylinder. I don't care about anything. I don't care about the charts. I just care. All I care about is show me the scroll. Show me the scroll. And as we see Sky Q over and over and over again, not shortable for me. See what's happening now to the PFSA guys. Doesn't look like it's going to do it. I mean, anything could happen. I get it, but it doesn't look like it's going to do it. It was looking pretty good when it was hanging over the VWAP. I kept thinking, okay, what if we get some volume coming in? Okay, Kodak obviously took out the high of Thursday. It's right at the high of Thursday now. And volume came in. So guys, I may only have about 12 minutes left. I'll always say later if there are questions. So if you have some questions, please don't be shy. I know a lot of people don't like to ask questions. They don't. First of all, everybody's anonymous here, so it's not like you're presenting your face or anything like that. So don't be shy to ask a question, even if you think, "Oh man, that's a dumb question." No dumb questions, honestly. We all started out new at some point. Yeah, it's hard to look, isn't it? Oh, SKYQ. It's hard to look. I mean, look at that break off the VWAP. Look how beautiful that is. Look at that. That's what I was kind of hoping the PFSA may do, was hanging around the VWAP, hanging around the VWAP, and then all of a sudden the volume comes in later on in the day. This is sort of a reverse, I mean, at the beginning of the day, it was kind of nothing to see. But then at what time is that? That is, okay, tell the time. Meanwhile, MGRT with the horrible spread just made a new or came out of the halt. I mean, look at the spread. I mean, if I can flash it, yeah, look at that. Well, it was 25.27. I mean, it's stupid. Remember, we had a guy in here, Pit something. I don't think it was Pitbull. Might have been Pitbull. And he used to always talk about the spread. He said, I don't care about no stupid spread. He would be taking these low volume, spready things, and sometimes they'd work for him. A few years ago, though, maybe he took one too many like that. Shouldn't joke about that if somebody hurt their account. Okay, guys, I'm kind of looking at maybe a potential Kodak short. I know it's above the high of Thursday. There's really not a lot of other resistance, though. That's the only issue. We had to go back 6 years to see the next highs. It's the only issue I've got with it, but it is out of here. 59. I might take a look at it. Where's that high again? That high is 1161, so it's a little bit above that high. Guys, I'm just watching this move higher and higher. I am really looking at a potential short. And not yet, obviously. I mean, it's still trying to move higher. I'd like to see this wave get a little fatter and have the bottom of the bar lose contact, kind of like what's happening now. Volume coming in, though. There's definitely some volume coming into Kodak. You can see it right there also. I think we can look at SkyQ now. I think it, well, it had a bit of a pullback, but not much. And we have JBIO. That is ugly looking on a 2-minute chart. All right. Well, here's the MLEC. So I put a price alert probably on the VWAP break to see if it, but I don't think I put it. I think I'm looking at it as a whole down here. But anyway, it is now breaking free of the, well, it hasn't broken free. It's at the VWAP area. The VWAP is 1042 or so. So, or 1054. I mean, depends if you're using pre-market data, which I think I like to use pre-market data. Why not? There's a lot of volume in the pre-market. Why not use it? Well, the next high is 1061. I think that takes that out because then you got $11. So you'd have a little bit of room if it took out the 1061, not a ton. All right, is Kodak running out of steam here, guys? KODK, running out of steam. Volume is tapering off. Hmm. All right, guys, listen, it's 2:02. So if there are no more questions, I am going to pack it in. Probably hanging around here. You might see my pointer move around if you do see it, and if I do see a question, I'm still here. I will answer it. Okay, but for now, I'm going to wind it down for me. So for YouTubers, I do have to shut you down, but you can come in. You can come into the main room. So this is for YouTubers. If you click on my homepage link, and you scroll down a little bit, here it is, the trading room. This room will be open sometime between 3:30 to 3:45. Okay, that's what William says he'll do. 3:30 to 3:45, and it's free. It's still free. I'll give you guys a minute or so. I'll put my announcement up. I will leave my layout up and running. I'll put 3:30, will you? If it's still 3:45, that's fine, but I'll just put 3:30. Okay, so my layout will be running. So there's still stuff to see, you got the compare count window going, you got these two races. There is still stuff to see. So for YouTubers, I must shut you down now. I cannot keep you guys open, so I have to end the stream right now. See you guys tomorrow around 9 o'clock in terms of my being on a mic.